Hello, welcome to Troubling Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I hope y'all are doing well. Silver, Culinary, Deovor, 6-7, Unseeker Crush, Valis, it's good to see you all. 6-7 said it's been too long since you warned not to worry about it, so I'm worrying about it again. 6-7, don't worry about it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Val says, I clicked on this link because of Robot Spacer's YouTube clickbait asked title. Called out. I promise I didn't mean it that way. I really, I have not gotten over how I got shot and killed at the end of last week's stream. That was an event I did not see coming. Like, wild. Thank you, Val. Also, everybody should follow Val. They've been streaming again with OK Retro Zone, and their streams are always fantastic. So, gosh, a lot happened in Deadline last week. We got into this situation where Miss Dunbar was eyeing me nervously and moving about distractedly a lot. And then we eventually found her going into the garden shed in order to make another attempt at talking to Mr. Baxter privately. So it's clear that they had some things to discuss that they did not want anyone else to hear. I can't remember. We witnessed two slightly different scenes in the shed, and I cannot remember exactly what happened in either of them. But as I recall, they seem to be having some disagreement. Like, one of my save files in the shed is labeled fight. So I think the last bit we caught, they seem to be clearly in some sort of argument. And this all was a result of having finally gotten some evidence that it at the very least strongly suggests that there was a murder here. I would say like certainly the note we get from the coroner makes it clear that they've classified this as a murder now. And I would say it's pretty conclusive. Like, there's not a lot of ways you can like wave away a situation where you have this what is clearly a broken piece of teacup with traces of a medication on it, along with traces of tea and sugar. Like it's clearly evidence of something suspicious happening. However, it does not give us a murderer or... I got something in my mouth. We were told we need a motive, a method, and an opportunity. There we go. So we have evidence of the method now. Lots of people do have motives, so we potentially have that, I suppose. But then opportunity is a little bit less clear. I feel like we're possibly narrowing in on that. Hello, Vervain and Baltimore. Good to see you. Davor says, I feel like the gunshot to our chest was also great evidence of a murder. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we can't carry that with us in the next go round, though. But like, I think if we could carry information and evidence across timelines, we would be much closer to solving this. Like, I talked a lot last week about my latest theory, which is that I think Baxter is the murderer. I think that he he decided to get rid of Marshall so that the merger with Omni-9 would go ahead. And I think he decided that he needed to do it before Marshall's will was updated, because if his will was updated, then that would have left his wife with majority ownership of his company, whereas his current will splits it equally between his wife and his son. And it's been clear for a while now that Baxter was very pro-merger and Marshall was very anti-merger because it was his company. He started it himself, and he felt very strongly about remaining independent. We're given lots of information about him struggling with the possibility of the merger happening. What if Deadline was a time loop game? That would certainly be very interesting. So we witnessed this argument in the garden shed, and then Miss Dunbar goes back in the house and goes up to her room and lies on the bed. Mr. Baxter kind of wanders off behind the house and kind of hangs out in the orchard. And initially I followed Miss Dunbar inside to talk to her, to try to understand her behavior better. But I don't think we managed to get much out of her. She just kind of lies on her bed, and we couldn't find anything to kind of get her to talk at that point. But then I went downstairs, and we heard a gunshot from upstairs. So I rushed back up, and sure enough, Miss Dunbar was dead. We found her body on the floor in her room. We found a gun nearby. And we found what appeared to be a suicide note. Both confessing to murder and also kind of giving us a not super believable explanation for why. Oh, right. Actually, I don't think the note said much. But then a little while later, Baxter came in and told us that while they were talking in the garden shed, she had kind of rambled off some information to him, which, like, he claims to have not fully understood because she was clearly upset. And according to him, she had been fired recently and was upset about that, and that was the reason for the murder. Which was not super convincing because, I mean, obviously being fired after working for a particular person and company for a long time could be upsetting. We're not really given any reason to believe that she's in like a super difficult situation because of that. As far as we know, like, all the information we're given about the relationship between Miss Dunbar and Marshall Robner is that they got along very well. Honestly, like, that seems like one of the better relationships between any two given people in this game. So not super convincing. So I wasn't sure how we could figure out, how to get more information out of this. And in a separate playthrough, I decided, well, it seems like there's a good bet that someone came in and shot her, and it seems like there's a good bet that it was Baxter. Also, we know from the evidence we have that the murderer, when they came in and killed Marshall Robner, or rather when they came in to clear away the evidence of their murder, they used the ladder to climb up to the balcony. So they know how to get in the house that way, without being seen. And of course, we have a second balcony outside the master bedroom, which is directly across from Miss Dunbar's room. So it seemed like a good bet that someone, probably Baxter, put the ladder against that balcony, came up through the master bedroom, shot Miss Dunbar, and then left the same way they came in. And then just, moved the ladder back. Also, the ladder conveniently has spent a lot of time right in the orchard, so very close by. And also that was where we kept seeing Mr. Baxter hang out. So I went in to see Dunbar, and I went back out in the hallway, and I opened the door to the master bedroom, and I started to go in, and I got shot immediately. Fell to the ground, and then got shot again and died. And that's where we left off last week. So I'm very excited to continue, obviously, in a different playthrough where we're not dead. But things are getting serious. I feel like we must be getting close to the end here. But I'm still not entirely sure how we're gonna get to the bottom of this. I do have one idea I'm very excited to try, which I'll explain in a bit here. Let me catch up on chat. And Secret Crush says, I wonder what the first time loop game was. Dave Ross says, all the ones I can think of are pretty modern, actually. Yeah, same. I guess, like, Like, I can think of a lot of older games. Well, I can think of some older games that involve time travel, but I don't know that they're necessarily like time loop games where you're, replaying. Like when I say time loop game, what I mean is a game in which you are like kind of rewinding time in some way and like replaying the same sequence of events repeatedly and in a way that changes each time, and like your like awareness of these multiple time loops is incorporated into the game in some way, like directly a part of the game. Dave Rohr says, speaking of time loop games, it's technically 2025, so it's time for the annual reminder to play Outer Wilds. Yes, it is on my list. I promise it's on my list. Know some old visual novels that are like that. Heck, they made a board game out of them. Tragedy Looper. Interesting. So I think that's all we have to talk about. I feel like I always forget to say this, but if at any time anyone wants like a kind of recap of like the bigger picture so far, or like a full explanation of what we know, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to explain that, but generally just kind of focus on more recent events when we're playing something for a while like this. No, the Zero Escape series does this. I think Silver played at least one. So my thought here is that probably the murderer, like I think George is the only one that knows about the secret closet and also the safe inside there, although I'm not sure how relevant that particular aspect of it is. But I feel like those secret passageways are something that only George and our unnamed detective know about. So my thought was, what if we, instead of going from the hallway into the master bedroom, went through the secret passageway, and ideally, you know, we're able to catch the killer off guard, or you know, better yet, you know, sneak up behind them or something like that. I don't know, like, I feel like how effective this approach is going to be is going to very much be up to the game and what it decides to make happen when we do this. But that seems like a pretty good idea. So far, the passage from the hidden closet into the master bedroom has not really been a thing in any way. Like, it doesn't seem like it's been part of the murderer's escape route, or like, I don't think George even uses it when he goes into the safe. And like, that seems like a pretty good idea for how to make use of that passage, and for how to like deal with this current situation we have. So we'll give it a shot. I think in our more recent saves, we didn't actually see. I don't think we can go in the secret passage because we didn't see George go in there. So we'll probably have to back up. I might just try a new playthrough. I'm still kind of baffled by the whole broken pottery situation and why it sometimes gets completely shattered, but I think I am maybe a little bit more able to make sure that doesn't happen. Like, I kind of feel like listening in on the phone call, for some reason, is part of making that not happen. I don't know. All right, let's get into it. 67 says, yes, Zero Escape, Raging Loop, Umineko, Higurashi, same family of concept. Got it. Okay. Actually, let's start from the save we're at right here, and go inside and see if we can get. All right, we got all our stuff on the ground here. See if we can get into the secret passage or not. And assuming we can't, I think I'll just start over and see how we do. I definitely don't want to spend all stream trying to get that piece of porcelain again, but look at bookshelf. Okay, yeah, so we don't get any mention of the missing book. I assume we can't press button. Can't see any button. Okay, so let's restart. Oh yeah, I also wanted to say thanks everybody for coming to the charity stream this weekend and for donating. I appreciate y'all hanging out and donating and supporting the Video Game History Foundation. And I had a lot of fun. I hope you all did too. I wanted to let everyone know the total raised, according to defeatinggames.com right now, is $5,716, which is fantastic. They had like an upper goal of 5,000. And we went pretty far past that. So yeah, thank you all again. Hello, GoDappy. Good to see you. Hello, Eden Wave. Have robot spacing question. Will my robots be happier being evenly spaced, or should I stagger them? I think variety is good, but don't cram them too close together. That's the important part. You drop your keys and bottled water here? Oops, sorry, thinking of another game. Yes. I don't think we have either of those objects in this game. Have we not had any keys? I don't think so. It seems so unusual for an adventure game, but I think that's correct. Okay, so I am gonna need my. I think I have a. I think I have a list somewhere of things to do. Do I? Okay, important actions. Important actions. So we get the desk calendar from the library, get the low blow from Dunbar's bathroom. We have to find McNabb upset, which gives us the whole. We can find the holes and then put the ladder in the holes and search near the holes and get the porcelain fragment and analyze the fragment. But then in the middle of there, it seems like we need to. It seems like we need to do something inside the house, or maybe just spend time inside the house. Like I said, I'm gonna make sure we intercept that phone call, because I can't help but feel like that has been something that we've always done when we've been successful at finding the porcelain fragment. Based on what Bogus Meat Factory said at one point, I think that there's a reason for the porcelain getting shattered sometimes. Hello, Puzzle. Good to see you. Okay. Let's head inside first. Open the door. Get greeted by Mrs. Robner. I think I'm gonna skip all the text unless there's something that seems particularly worth rereading. When we get into later events, I think I'll probably start rereading things, because there's some stuff we've only seen a limited number of times. Okay, let's go up. Get the desk calendars, our first objective. I do want to say, I've been spacing out a lot today. Turn page of calendar, so apologies if I feel more distracted than usual. Okay, we're on July 8th now, which is important, I think. I'm pretty sure we need to turn the page before we show it to George. Okay, next we can grab the low blow. Is it a Garfield desk calendar? I wish. Hello, Derek Ironbutt. Are you wanting to know if there's a specific condition for the pottery? I can check the source code if you want. That is an interesting idea, but no, I don't want to know yet. I am curious if, like, understanding that gives me some important information about what's going on in the game. So I don't want to know unless I either figure it out or I have finished the game. Certainly if I haven't figured it out by the time the game is over, then I'll be very curious. But thank you for offering. Okay, so end of hallway. I definitely need to look at my map here. So we want to go to top of stairs and then south. Whoops. And then we can open the cabinet and take the low blow. Do we get that analyzed? I guess read low blow label is the most relevant thing to do. I don't know if that's actually an important action or just something to help us piece this all together. Next, we will just kind of go about our business. Let's do a quick save here. And I think we will wait for that phone call. We'll go downstairs. Wait for that phone call. I guess we'll kind of go around and talk to people. Ask Dunbar about low blow. I think they might be important, Miss Dunbar. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't really talk about much in my recap is, like, I still don't know how Dunbar is involved in this. Like, I feel confident that my theory that it's Baxter is correct. And I'm reasonably confident that Dunbar did not intentionally involve herself in the murder of Marshall Robner, but clearly we know her medication was involved, and I think that after we show her the report proving that her medication was involved, she realizes that she has accidentally helped Baxter to murder Marshall Robner. Or at least she strongly suspects that he did that, and that she kind of unintentionally helped him do it. Like, we learned at one point that she went to the symphony with him on the night of the murder, and, like, both of them, she kind of neglects to say who her friend was that she was out with. She neglects to say where she was. He flat out lies and says that he was alone. And also when we learn that he was lying and show him evidence of that, he just comes up with another lie and says that she, wasn't feeling well and went home, which, based on her account, is not the case. According to her, they enjoyed the symphony together and then came back to the house together. It's unclear if he came in the house either with or without her knowledge at that point. But I kind of suspect, based on her freaking out, that he came in for a bit. And I feel like that probably has a lot to do with why she didn't want to admit to any of what she was actually up to that night. Davor says, I didn't anticipate how much I would enjoy adventure game source decomp science. Yes, if anyone is unfamiliar, Davor recently got the world record speed run in Conquest of Camelot. And this was due in part to poking at the source code with, shoot, I forget what the name of that program is, SCI something or other. And also managed to find a very nice skip towards the end of the game where you can just go through a door that you shouldn't be able to walk directly through and skip a nice chunk of the game. Okay, let's continue to wander around here until we hear the phone. I think the phone rings at around 9. Let's look at China. Oh, look at China. Count the China. 8 plates, 7 saucers, 6 cups. Miss Rourke is in the kitchen. Mrs. Robner is eating breakfast. Ask Robner about low blow. Don't know much about that. It's reasonable. Look out window. Have we ever looked out the windows? Through the window, the rose garden can be seen, and off to the north, a wide lawn ending on a blue lake. Yes, I've looked out the windows upstairs, but I don't remember looking out the dining room or the kitchen windows. Can barely see through the thick leaves of the grape arbor, but a lawn and lake can be seen in the distance. Okay. Let's look at this book. Novelization of Deadline. Let's read entire book. Turn page of book. You can't turn that. It's so rude. Read book. Taken. The book is a novelization of Deadline. You start to read it, and it seems oddly familiar, as if you had lived it. We don't want to drop that. We don't want to wind up with too many things this time around. Okay, let's just wait a little bit until the phone rings. There we go. Pick up phone. You take the phone and hear an unfamiliar man's voice say, "Hello, is Leslie there?" You start to reply, but Mrs. Robner enters and takes the phone from you. "Thank you, Inspector," she says, and then into the telephone. "Hello? Oh, hi. I can't really talk now. I'll call you back soon, okay? Bye." She hangs up and starts toward the door. Let's save real quick and see if we can just hang out here and listen in on the conversation. Yeah. Let's wait 10 minutes and then we'll pick up the phone again. You can hear Mrs. Robner and a man whose voice you don't recognize. Robner, much too early to consider it. Man's voice, but we couldn't have planned it better. You're free. Robner, yes, but it will... Wait a second. I think... Click. You realize that the call has been disconnected. So this, of course, is Stephen on the other end, who is it's a man who the Mrs. Robner has been having an affair with, and wants to marry even. So now they're, or he at least is happy that she's free now. Mrs. Robner had previously asked her husband for a divorce, but he refused to do that. Okay, so I guess we'll hang out inside a little bit more. I'm not sure what else to do in here. Ask Robner about phone call. Oops. Ask her about phone call. She can't hear you. Okay. She just walked right by us and we're trying to talk to her. Kind of funny to imagine trying to ask someone about something and just getting the words wrong and they're walking past you and you're trying to correct yourself. Okay. Let's head outside. We'll head outside now. Open the door. I think it's around 10:30 when McNabb starts getting upset about things. I am a little bit worried that I'm going outside too soon, but really don't know, so it's fine to experiment a little bit. Let's see if we can grab the ladder. Southeast. Okay, take ladder. Northwest. If she hung up, the guy would still be on the line because you haven't hung up. That's true, that's true. Maybe we're meant to believe that they both hang up. Now we know why Baxter didn't want to tell us the book's contents. It is funny, like, he's reading a book about him doing a murder. Okay, nab to the northwest. I feel like finding him before he's upset and waiting around until he is upset is going to result in a bad outcome, but I guess we'll see. Let's wait 60. No, whoops. Southeast. East, wiping his brow. Look, still wiping his brow. I guess this happens later than I thought. Now he's mowing the grass. Does it really take this long? Clock tower. That's the wrong game. Where's my spreadsheet? There we go. McNabb. Oh, 11:18 upset about holes. Okay, so it's about to happen. Yeah, he's going to go over towards the garden and then he will get upset. I think every time we've spent a while following him around outside like this, the porcelain has ended up smashed. Okay, he's still not upset. Okay, now he's upset. We'll stop waiting. McNabb. We'll ask him what's wrong, even though he pretty much told us. Tells you a story, and now we can ask him to show me the holes that he found in the garden. So, south of here. McNabb grabs your arm and leads you to a spot deep within the garden and near the house. You might never have found this place alone. He points at the ground where you see 2 holes in the soft earth. Look at holes. 2 holes here, each about 2 inches by 4 inches. They're at least 3 inches deep and the soil is compacted around them. Search near holes. We found it. You cut your finger on a sharp edge as you dig. You search carefully in the dirt now that you're sure something is there and pull up a piece of porcelain covered with dirt and dried mud. So, let's go ahead and save immediately. Now I feel pretty confident that listening in on the phone call somehow makes a difference. It's either listening on the phone call or like being in the house for a certain period of time. Fascinating. Okay, let's look at the fragment. Piece of porcelain is filthy, coated with dried mud. You can barely make out some design underneath the dirt. Let's clean it. As you wipe off the piece of the porcelain, you notice that it is a fragment of some very beautiful piece, handsomely painted. The markings are identical to those you saw in the china in the kitchen. Okay, I was just remembering how we got that sentence last time we tried this. And I think looking at the china in the kitchen and examining it is an important thing to do. So I'm going to add that to my notes. Okay, now we can put the let's go ahead and get that analyzed right away. Analyze fragment for low blow. And then put the ladder in the holes. Okay. And then we can climb the ladder. I'm just kind of thinking through. So in this playthrough, we want to make sure that we see George go into the passageway. So having the ladder set up already is good. And I think what we want to do, like we also want to witness Dunbar getting kind of visibly upset after showing her the report about the low blow on the porcelain fragment. And then we want to try to listen in on the conversation between her and Baxter the first time. It's another thing where I don't know if it's necessarily important, but like it seems like it might be. So that happens immediately after the will reading, so I think we'll wait to show the desk calendar to George after we've witnessed that. I think that makes sense. Oh, and the will reading is very soon. Okay. Let's go ahead and climb up. And examine the railing. I'm going to add this to my list. Examining the railing kind of gives us some important evidence. Open the window, because we see that some paint has been scraped off, so it's like an additional bit of evidence that the ladder has been used to come up here previously. And then we can also examine the carpet, I think, and find some dried mud. Let's see, I think if we examine the mud... Yeah. Seem to be dried dirt or mud and are bunched in the area between the balcony and the desk. So this is additional evidence that someone came in through the garden, came over to the desk, and then probably just left the same way, since the mud is only in that area. Okay. I think that's everything in here for now. I think we'll just go down to the living room and wait for the will read. Hello, George. Okay, people are starting to gather in here. I guess I'm curious when Duffy will come back with the... Yeah, we still don't have that yet. Let's wait a little bit. Dunbar steps in. We'll keep waiting. Okay, we still have a little bit until Coates should show up. Coates, of course, is the family and company lawyer. There we go. Okay. Oh, and Duffy got here at exactly the same time. That's interesting. He says the fragment did contain low blow. Here's the full report. He hands you a slip of paper and departs. Mr. Coates steps in, shakes my hand, says, glad to see us. Then he says, this is an awkward situation. Mr. Robner told me 5 days ago that he wanted to execute a new will and promised to call me when it was completed. As I never heard from him, I must assume that he either changed his mind or did not complete the new will. Therefore, the one in my possession must be considered the most recent testament. In the corner of your eye, you catch George nodding his head as if in approval and smiling broadly. Continuing, Mr. Coates says, naturally, should a more recent will exist and be found within a reasonable period, the present one will be voided. I'll proceed with reading the will here in my hands, which was executed 3 years ago last month. He reads the will, simply written and direct, leaving equal parts of the estate to his son, George Arthur Robner, and his wife, Mrs. Leslie Phillips Robner. There's some discussion, understated congratulations, and overstated sympathy, which Mr. Coates cuts short by clearing his throat. I must leave now, I'm afraid. If you have any questions, I can be contacted tomorrow. He picks up the phone, dials his office, and asks to be picked up at the Robner estate. Do you want to keep waiting? No. Okay. Show lab report to Coates. I can't remember if we had an opportunity to try this before. He's not interested. We found a lab. We have a lab report confirming that it was murder, and he's just like, whatever. That's not my business. He's the one that asked us to come here and investigate this. I assume that they just kind of didn't really plan for you getting the lab report in time to show it to him. But it's funny to get no reaction at all. They could at least have him say, oh, I'm so sorry, I have to leave immediately. Please call me at my office to discuss this. Okay, so while I was reading all that, I was thinking, it seems wrong that with our current plan of action, George is going to find and then destroy the will. Oh, wait. We can learn about the secret passage, but not destroy the will. We have to interrupt him when he's in there. That seems like the right thing to do. Hello, Res Mason. Mr. Coates heads off to the east, indeed. Every time they mention what compass direction they go, it sounds like they're getting on a horse and galloping away. So yeah, let's interrupt George when he's in the secret passage, and then, at least as far as we know, the will still be in the safe. And then maybe later we can figure out some way to get in there. I don't know. Like, I still feel like if there's some way to get in there, it must be by learning some, like, important date or something. Mr. Coates is going where the roads end and the wilds begin. Okay, so first we want to show, let's read the lab report so we have the knowledge ourselves. This lab report shows that it was not, in fact, an overdose of the ebullient that Marshall was taking for depression. It was, in fact, a combination of the low blow and the ebullient that made it look like an overdose of ebullient. So we can show the lab report to Baxter. Baxter studies the report carefully. This is quite peculiar. It appears that Marshall was murdered. I wonder, I would have a word with George if I were you, Inspector. Let's show the lab report to Dunbar. She seems stunned, but recovers quickly. And you know, like, we don't get any of that kind of reaction with Baxter. Like, he's very, like, detached about taking in the information in this report. Like, no reaction at all to, like, his business partner of 25 years. Like, we've been told they're not close, that it's, you know, very much just a business relationship, but still, like, if he was genuinely surprised by this information, you'd think he'd have a little bit of a reaction. Dunbar seems stunned but recovers quickly. He didn't commit suicide then, she says. But low blow, that's a pill I take for my blood pressure. She pauses. I can tell what you're thinking, but I couldn't have done it. Why should I? Someone must have taken them. Maybe George. He knew I used them. Let's show the lab report to George. I don't know if this is important, but we do get an interesting reaction. George scans the report. Killed, eh? I wonder who might have wanted... He cocks his head in thought. I'm sorry, Inspector. I really should act a bit better with you. I thought you were just snooping about, digging up dirt about the family. I'm not sure. I can't believe Mom would have done anything to... would have anything to do with it. Although, Baxter, now there's a worm for you. He'd do anything, maybe even murder, to get ahead. I just don't know. Is anyone else here? Okay. Miss Dunbar is not behaving strangely just yet. We do have Mrs. Robner here still. Show lab report to Leslie. Miss Robner reads the report with shocked disbelief. I don't know what to say. Who would want to kill Marshall? He was so well liked, and she breaks down, sobbing. Have we ever tried asking Baxter about his book? Ask Baxter about the book. Oh yeah, we have done this. A fascinating story, Inspector. A man is found dead behind a locked door. A clear suicide, yet the detective seems bent on proving that a murder has occurred. Rather odd, wouldn't you say? Okay, let's look again. Dunbar is still sitting on the sofa. Baxter's reading a book. Let's wait a little bit. Okay, now Dunbar is... I like the way this plays out, because, like, I assume it's intentional that it takes her some time to start, like she's clearly piecing things together, right? And she realizes she needs to talk to Baxter. So she starts glancing at Baxter and then at me. We will not keep waiting. So at this point, we will leave the room. I should be writing this down. Show lab report to... Hello, Felis Luisa. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what you're up to. Balatro, nice. I have not played any of that myself. Oh, your bio has a Felis Lucia. Okay. Got it. I'm glad you have that in your bio. I'll get you a shout out here. I have not played Balatro at all yet myself, but it looks like a lot of fun. I hope you had a great stream playing it. Russ Mason says, my parents had a Hyundai Balatro. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. It's incredibly addictive. Yeah, I get that impression. It sounds like a lot of fun. But thank you for coming by. We're playing Infocom's Deadline. This is a pretty early detective mystery game from, I think, 1982, I believe. And we are asked to investigate what appears to be a suicide, but there's some concern that it might have in fact been a murder. No real evidence, but some kind of suspicious timing of the deceased threatened to remove his son from the will, but kind of conveniently for the son died right before he had a chance to do that. So we've been asked to investigate, and we have, because the case is kind of already officially closed, we have a deadline of just 12 hours to investigate this and try to figure out what happened. Of course, since it's a video game, we very much know there is definitely a murder taking place here, and I think we're finally getting close to figuring it out, but we still don't have a lot of solid evidence to tie it to anyone in particular. But hopefully we'll get there. You love Infocom games. Nice. Yeah, I never got to play this one either. I played pretty much all the Zork games. I started playing the first Zork game when I was like, I don't know, probably 11 or 12. And I loved it and played every one of them at one point or another. Also really enjoyed the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy game, but there's so many other Infocom games that I never had a chance to check out. So it's nice to finally see some of them. And this one's been really interesting. Like it's, I've been surprised how like dramatically different the gameplay is from like a Zork game. Like there's lots of interaction with other characters. Frequently we can like kind of make some progress in our investigation, and then like the behaviors of all the characters will change. We have, you can see in the corner that we have a clock that's constantly ticking. It basically advances a minute every time I take a turn. So there's lots of fascinating stuff going on here. Okay. So currently we are we're trying to redo some things that I have done previously in a slightly different way. If you have any questions at any point, feel free to ask. I'll try to kind of summarize things as we go here. But we have found a fragment of porcelain buried in a garden outside the house here. And it has some traces of a low blood pressure medication called Loblo on it. And it turns out this was used to make it look like Marshall Robner, the businessman who has died, had an overdose of his depression medication, when in fact it was this interaction between two drugs that killed him. And the medication is one that Miss Dunbar, who is here in the living room with us, has been taking for some months now. And we've shown the lab report to her, and she starts to get concerned. And she starts glancing at Baxter, who is the business partner of the deceased. So it's clear she wants to talk to him. So we're going to leave the room here. And then we're going to look into the living room. You take a quick peek into the living room. George is here, pacing around the room. Mrs. Robner is sitting here knitting. Mrs. Robner is the wife of the deceased. George is the son. He's an adult. He's, I think, around 25, but still lives at home. Mr. Baxter is in one corner, talking to Miss Dunbar. He notices you and motions Dunbar to stop talking. Mr. Baxter is the business partner. If I didn't mention that already, Miss Dunbar is the deceased's secretary, who also lives at his house. She's been living here for, I think, about 10 years, I think? A good while, at least. George is hardly an adult. Sure. Adult in age only. Res Mason asks, does anyone remember the Meow Mix commercials where the guy picks up the phone and his cat is on the line begging for Meow Mix, and he's like, it's Baxter. It just sound kind of familiar. Yeah, Unsecret Crush, I agree. Like, it doesn't bring up a strong memory for me. But I believe you that it is real. George is a dirtbag fail son. Yeah, I think that's a fair description. Okay, so we've spied them attempting to have a conversation in private. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what we want to do next. Let's do a save here since I'm a little bit unsure. Post will. I sure do wish that DOS had a few more characters in their file names. That save has been shortened to post Y. I can't really get any information in a file, in a save name. So there's two things we want to witness here. Dunbar is going to, at some point soon, get up and go out front for a smoke. And she's going to behave in a kind of upset and agitated manner. And then we also want to, we have a desk calendar that we need to show to George, the son. And once he sees that, he's going to realize that this new will has already been written and that he thinks he knows where to get it. So he will go up to get it out of a safe, and if we don't interrupt him, he will take the will and throw it in the lake where it will be no longer possible to read it. If we interrupt him, he'll kind of dash out of the room, knock us over, and I think the will still be in the safe, at least as far as we know. So I think that's the outcome we want to happen, because ideally we would get to the end of this, we would solve the murder and also get the final will. Like, kind of the situation with the will is not really something we've been asked to solve, but like, it kind of feels like, you know, we were specifically asked by the lawyer to investigate this. So like, figuring out what happened to the new will seems you know, not necessarily expected, but a little bit a part of the job. Oh, thank you for sharing the link. I will watch that later. Please, everyone, go watch the Meow Mix commercial. Do not remember that the setting of the commercial was an office carpool and that the cat called them on their car phone. That's wild. Okay. So yeah, I think we'll follow Dunbar out front. Shit, this is so complicated. I'm just kind of thinking things through here. Like, what if we did the timing of this such that George goes up to look for the will around the time when Baxter presumably is trying to sneak in and murder Dunbar. Oh, man. I don't know, like, they wouldn't necessarily cross paths, but it's hard not to wonder if something would happen there. I don't think that would work out in a way that would benefit us, though. I think I'm gonna show the calendar to George as soon as possible, and then I'll go look for Dunbar. I feel like the timing here is very complex. So where is George? Okay. Show calendar to George. I don't really know what to say. I guess that Dad... But there is no other... I can't help you, sorry. George seems to be quite agitated. I've got to be going now. I'll see you later, George says. He starts to leave. George heads off to the east. Okay, so he's made the connection that, like, the desk calendar is dated the day after the murder, and it is a reminder to call Coates, the family lawyer, to get the will updated. And it says specifically that the new will has already been written, removing George from it. So George realizes, oh, that really is, it has been written. It's probably upstairs in the safe. He is maybe the only person alive that knows how to get in the secret room where the safe is, and also the combination for the safe. So we're going to follow... Actually, no, we're not going to follow him because he will get suspicious if I do that. Yeah. He says, please stop following me around like this. Can I have no privacy? I'm simply trying to take care of something personal. Okay, Miss Dunbar is walking past you, so they're both heading out here. We're going to go out the front instead of following George. We have the newspaper here. I guess we'll go ahead and take that. Okay, and then we see this happen. Miss Dunbar spots you and stops. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a cigarette. As she does so, what appears to be a ticket stub falls out of her pocket and floats to the ground. She checks her pocket again, apparently for a match, but finds none and puts the cigarette back in her pocket. Okay, so we're going to take the stub. And she stares off towards the south. So now I don't want to miss George going into the secret passageway, so I'm already a little concerned about timing here. Let me look at my map here. I want to make sure we do this in an efficient number of moves. So we're at west of door, and we can go northwest to get to the side of the house. West to get to the lawn. Miss Dunbar looks around as she walks and does a brief double take when she looks in your direction. She slows down and stops. Northeast, and then south, and then up. Oh no, the ladder's been moved. Shit. Crap. Here's the ladder. I should have realized that would happen. Put ladder again. Let's put it in the holes again. Okay. And then we can look in the library from here. Shit. Did we miss it? Okay. Let's go inside and look at bookcase. Look at bookshelves. Hello, Silver. Silver says hello. I've been trying to figure out which Sailor Moon live show location to go to for the past hour. I wish you luck. This is something we also considered. Unfortunately, I think due to timing and the fact that they're not coming to Detroit, I think we will not be able to see that show. Okay, so I think we goofed up here. Let's wait here. We can at least wait and he'll come out or come in. But I think we'll have to back up. Okay. Suddenly the bookshelves swing out, forming an opening to a dark area behind. George starts to emerge, but stops suddenly as he notices you. With jackrabbit reflexes, he darts back inside. Before you can act, the shelves close again. Do you want to keep waiting? No, I want to restore. Yeah, we'll go back to our last save. Okay, let's try that again. I'm gonna do most of the same things I already did, but now that we know I need to grab the ladder again, I will go around the opposite side of the house, and we can grab that and put it in place and save a few turns. So hopefully that'll get us enough time. I'm worried that if I skip grabbing the ticket stub, like it won't be there later or something. But if this still doesn't give us enough time, I'll try that next. And then if that still doesn't work in some way, I guess we'll just have to wait to show George the calendar. Though I'm worried, like we wanna learn about the secret passageway before the murderer tries to kill Dunbar. I'm hoping we can prevent that second murder from happening, but at the very least, like, that seems like a good opportunity to catch the killer. I don't know if that's a thing we can do, but the manual does say, like, you'll know when you've figured it out. Like, so, you know, actually catching the killer or trying to do another murder seems like, you know, a way that would be very obvious. So hashtag save Dunbar. Yes, we'll do our best. Okay, so north of Foyer. Take the... Well, no, let's leave the paper. Wait. Oh, did I not... Let's restore again. Look in living room. I can't remember exactly where we were when I... Okay, yeah, I think this is before I showed George the calendar. Okay. So, show calendar to George. And then... Okay, we're a little bit ahead of Dunbar this time. Yeah, let's not worry about Dunbar right now. We'll see what happens if we don't do that. So she has just walked out behind us, northeast. I have a feeling not being there when she goes for a cigarette means that we won't ever even see the ticket stub. That's the thing that happens a lot in this game. Like, we need to, like, be told about a thing or witness it directly, or, you know, like, you know, you can't just, like, thoroughly search an area within the matter of you know, a minute or two. Okay, east side of the house, north, we take the ladder. West, south, put ladder in holes, up, look in window. Oh, look in library. Okay, you see George through the doorway, looking down the hallway, then darting into the library. Okay. So we're going to do that again. George walks purposely toward the bookshelves. He looks around, but you react before he can see you. When you peek out again, George is fiddling with the shelves. His right arm reaches into the shelf, and to your amazement, the unit of bookshelves on the left rotates away from the wall, revealing a darkened room behind. George enters it, trembling with barely controlled fear and excitement. So, let's save again. I am not 100% sure of the timing we want here. Let's go south. Okay. A dim light in the hidden closet comes on. In the faint light, you can see George motioning with his right hand. All at once, the shelf swings shut. So let's look at shelves. One book is out of place, leaving a gap in one row. On closer inspection, a small black button can be seen at the back of this gap. So we're going to go ahead and push the button, and like ideally we're interrupting him before he has a chance to open the safe. The leftmost shelf quietly swings out against the balcony window. As the bookshelf swings open, you see George carefully dialing a combination into a large wall safe. Interesting. Okay, no, I think this is the same thing we saw before. He turns in panic and with an exclamation knocks you down and bolts out of the library. Okay. I didn't remember actually witnessing him attempting to open the safe. But I think we can ask him about this later, and he claims that he says he thought maybe he knew the combination, but he was wrong. But of course, in other timelines, we can learn he does in fact know the combination. Okay, so let's go in there. This is a secret room situated between the library and the master bedroom. The room is bare and somewhat dusty, as if it were not often used. An unmarked switch plate surrounds two buttons, one blue and one red. A formidable safe is embedded in the south wall. The library can be seen through a door in the west. Open safe. The safe is locked. Unlock safe. So let's push the blue button. Okay, the wall to the east swings open, revealing the master bedroom on the other side. Okay, push red button. I need to write this down. Red is library. Blue is bedroom. So we're going to want to do this without mistakes later. Secret Crush says, it's very rude of the Sailor Moon Super Live Tour to happen on dates when I'm going on a trip with my mom. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Okay. I'm wondering what George will do. Like, it's entirely possible he could come back here while I'm off doing other stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure we followed him around after doing this current course of action. And, you know, of course, if we're following him around, he's not going to come back here. But for all I know, if we, you know, leave him alone for a while, he will. Okay. But we don't want to miss out on all the Dunbar stuff. So let's... I guess... Oh, wait. Right. Yeah, we wanna close the blue. We wanna close the door to the master bedroom. So let's push the blue button again. We don't want that to remain open. We don't want the murderer to know about that secret passage. And then let's push red button again because we want to get out. And then I guess we'll just leave it like that. Oh, Miss Dunbar is to the west, heading towards the east. Okay, so she's coming inside now. Okay, shoot. Oh, she's going upstairs. Shit. Okay, I'm going to try to go grab that ticket, and we're going to find out if it's still there at least. It's not. Take paper. Take stub. Search near door. Don't find anything interesting. Yeah, I think we missed our opportunity to get the ticket stub. Which I think is going to mean the rest of the events don't happen. I think in order to set off the next chain of events, we need to get that ticket stub and then question Dunbar about it. And then she's going to like get more and more worked up. So then she wants to go talk to Baxter again and confront him. And like, honestly, I think she probably asks him if he murdered Marshall. And then he realizes that he's in trouble and needs to take action. Okay, so I guess we need to wait to get George to come up here. So we're going to go back to 56 post will. And we'll just wait for Dunbar to come out. Right? Okay. Take paper. Miss Dunbar spots you and stops. She drops the ticket stub. Miss Dunbar eyes you nervously. Read stub. We can see it's a ticket to the Hartford Philharmonic Orchestra, July 7th, the night of the murder, 1982, at 8 p.m. Row R, seat 7. Ask Dunbar about stub. Oh, well, I guess I should tell you. You see, Mr. Baxter and I, we go together to concerts, only occasionally, you understand. We went that night, the night Marshall died. Then he took me home, and that's it. I should have said something before, but I just didn't think it was important. And, well, I didn't think that the others should know we were seeing each other socially. Nobody knows about it, you know. Please don't say anything. Miss Dunbar eyes you nervously. Let's ask her about Symphony. It was an excellent concert, Inspector, but I don't see why you're asking about it. I just wanted to know if it was a good performance or not. Miss Dunbar stares off towards the south. Okay. Man. I guess I'm going to save again here. Hello, Salt Ranger. Good to see you. I'm real curious if this is going to work. I feel like we're going to miss the next sequence with Dunbar, or I'm going to miss my opportunity to learn about the secret passage before Dunbar gets shot. What did the symphony play? That's a great question. Hello, Biostats. I hope you're doing well. Okay. I think we need to go talk to George. So we're just gonna hope that doing that immediately and being very efficient will be good enough. Where is George? Is he still in? No. Oh yeah, he is. Okay. Pacing around the room. Show calendar to George. Okay. Yeah, we're not following you. Okay. Mr. Baxter off to the east disappears from sight to the northeast. Okay. So he's off. We're actually going to go in that direction. Where's Dunbar right now? Mr. Baxter is off to the east, heading towards the east. So we're going to go northeast. North. Take the ladder. Yeah, it's here. Garden path. And then south. Put ladder in holes. Climb ladder. Look in the library. Oh, he's not even here yet. Okay. So now we'll go in. Look at bookshelves. Push the button. Okay. And then we get the same events that we had last time. So we've startled him. So this time, I think let's do another save. And then I'm gonna go back out the way I came. So we'll go north and then down and then east. Okay, Baxter's not in the orchard yet, so that's a good sign. North. It's off to the northwest. Okay. Baxter's off to the northwest. So we're on the east lawn now. Shoot. Where is Dunbar? Let's try the shed. Okay, there's nobody in the shed. George off to the west, disappears from sight to the northeast. Okay, so he's on the opposite side of the house, and he's heading towards the lake. Let's follow him. So we're going to go northwest. To the southeast, George comes into view from the west. Okay. So we're going to go northwest again. George is off to the southeast. Mr. Baxter is here. I feel like I've goofed up, and like the confrontation in the shed either hasn't happened or we didn't have a chance to witness it. George is off to the southeast. What is he doing? George is here on the east lawn. Oh, okay. Everybody's always talking about Dan to Dan. I feel like we should maybe watch it sometime. Unzukarush says, I keep thinking I might start watching Dan to Dan sometime. I assume the very moment I decide to, it will be removed from Netflix and only on a service I don't have. Yeah, that seems likely. Okay, at the very least, listen to the OP theme. It's incredibly good. Okay. I'm sure we'll watch it at some point. Mr. Baxter is just standing around. Well, let's find Dunbar. Let's focus on finding Dunbar. She's probably in her room. And I think if we find her in her room and she doesn't get shot, then we definitely have missed a a portion of events that we need to make happen. At least I assume we need to make happen. Where am I? South Lawn? Oh, okay. I ended up on the South Lawn. This lawn is so confusing. Foyer, north of foyer. Okay. Up, west, south? Okay. Miss Dunbar is lying on her bed. Okay. I've got to save. I think this is not going to work out the way we want, so I'm just going to leave. Yeah, there's no gunshot happening, so I think we missed that meeting in the shed. All right, so I can't tell if the timing of this is extremely difficult or if I'm trying to set up a specific scenario that is not actually necessary, or I guess a third different thing. Just to clarify for folks who came in late or just unclear about what I'm trying to do. So like last week we had an encounter where the murderer comes in through the balcony, through the master bedroom upstairs, and then into Dunbar's room, shoots her, sets it up to look like a suicide, and then presumably leaves the same way they came in. And I was able to, based on my prediction that was what was happening, I was able to go into the master bedroom like right at the time when that was about to happen. And I got shot instead, or perhaps in addition to Miss Dunbar. So I'm trying to set up a scenario where we can, instead of going from the hallway into the bedroom, go through that secret passage, which has a door that goes into the bedroom. And ideally, like, we can catch the killer off guard, right? Because presumably they don't know about the secret passage. As far as we know, George is the only one aware of that. So hopefully that's a way we can like stop them, like both catch them in the act and not get killed ourselves. But in order to both set up the scenario where he's trying to commit murder again and know about the secret passage, we have to make all these different things happen. And it's really tricky to do that. Stick figure and barrel. So my next thought is maybe we want to show George the calendar in order for George to go up to the hidden closet and open the safe. We need to show him the calendar, and he needs to have heard the will reading in which the lawyer confirms that, you know, there was in fact a plan to have a new will, and that it hasn't been found. So at that point, once George has those two pieces of information, he will go look for the new will. So the soonest it can happen is immediately after the will reading. If we wait to show him the calendar, then it will happen as soon as we show him the calendar. But I'm thinking we need to show him the calendar before the will reading so he does it immediately. And then I honestly don't know. I feel like it's going to be very hard for that timing to work out. Maybe if we show him the calendar and then immediately follow him up there, and then immediately come back down to the living room. Then at that point, we can show the lab report to Dunbar. Like, I think she hangs out there for a little while. Let me check my notes. Because if we wait to show her the lab report, then she won't start putting things together and wanting to talk to Mr. Baxter until we've done that. Okay. So at 2 o'clock, according to my notes, she will be in the living room until 2 o'clock. So that's quite a bit of time. So I think that plan is good. All right. So we got to back up until... It needs to be before the will, because we want to... Well... Yeah, let's back up to my library save. Okay, so in this save, it's 11:36. We have the low blow in the calendar. I think we've already given the fragment to Duffy. And we put the ladder against the balcony. Okay. Hello, Mazrim Tame. So we're on step 2 of 1. What? Man, this is so much to juggle. And as I said, my brain is kind of not doing a good job of focusing today. George, come back. I got a thing to show you. George to the east, heading towards the east. George, come back. Where'd he go? George. Oh, down. Okay. Show calendar to George. Okay, so when we show him the calendar before the will reading, he tilts his head in thought, or perhaps surprise, but recovers quickly. All I know is that Coates is my father's personal attorney. Miss Dunbar steps into the room. Okay. So now George, immediately after the will reading, will head upstairs. So we're going to wait 15. We get the will reading. Let's see. I'm just going to find the segment where we have the reaction. Oh, Duffy has come back. You notice that George, who was not initially paying close attention, now perks up and begins to look anxiously. This is after Coates says, therefore, the will in my possession must be considered the most recent testament. Okay. So he realizes that, like, oh shit, if that will is found, then that's going to be valid. We do not want to keep waiting. Okay. So, how long does Baxter stay around? Let's do another save here. 60 post will. George is walking past you. We're gonna head south. We'll take the paper. I guess I'll go around the east side of the house in case the ladder has been moved. Northeast. North. Okay, there's no ladder here. If the ladder's been moved, it's, I think, always in the orchard path. Oh, he just picked up the ladder. God. Okay. North, east, take ladder. Hopefully we still have enough time. Put ladder in holes. Up, look in library. Oh, a dim light in the hidden closet comes on. In the faint light, you can see George motioning with his right hand. All at once, the shelf swings shut. Shit. So we didn't see him open the passage, so I don't think that's going to be good enough. Look at shelves. Yeah, we can't. I don't think I quite agree with this. Like, for example, like the holes in the rose garden, we can't find those unless we're told about them. And like, I am fine with the game's reasoning there. Like the garden is too big. They're just these small little holes. Like it would take a long time to find them without information, and we only have 12 hours. So like it's not enough time to find those on our own. But like in this case, like we just saw that there's a secret passage in here. So we know that. And like when we learn about this secret passage, the book has been moved, and that's why we're able to see the button. So like that book isn't there in this timeline. And we know there's a secret passage, so like we should be able to find it still. Replays whole game to do one thing, messes up things. Wasn't that the Maupiti strategy as well? Yes, it was. I was one turn too late, so I think I think that if we waited at the orchard for McNabb to come back with the ladder, that might have worked out better. Let's try it. Oh gosh. It's also possible. It's also possible that if we stayed like a little distance from George, but kind of followed behind him, that maybe we could go into the hallway and look into the library from the hallway. So that's something else I could try. You can't even search for a button? Yeah. Like, I think it makes sense if we don't know that there's a secret passage there, because, like, in order to find it, we'd have to take literally every book off the shelf. So, like, you know, like, if you think of this as, like, a real-world scenario, that's, like, kind of an absurd thing to do and would take a huge amount of time, right? So I think I'm okay with the game mechanic that we need to learn that there's a secret passage at the very least before we can find the switch. But obviously, I think the game should be a little more generous. Okay, let's see if we can... George is walking past you. Okay, so let's wait one turn. George heads off to the east. We'll stop waiting. Okay, so he's mad that I'm following him. Let's wait. Give him a chance. We'll keep waiting. Okay. Oh, we want to go up. Okay, so he sees that I'm coming after him still. So let's wait again. And then we will continue down the hallway. Okay. George, oh, he went in his room. Okay, so he knows that I'm following him. Okay. Oh, but wait. So I can continue into the library and basically hide out on the balcony. And then we can just look in the library until he shows up. Okay. You see George through the doorway, looking down the hallway, then darting into the library. Okay. And we do that again. And we see him Walk purposely towards the bookshelves. He looks around, but you react before he can see you. When you peek out again, George is fiddling with the shelves. His right arm reaches into the shelf, and to your amazement, the unit of bookshelves on the left rotates away from the wall, revealing a darkened room behind. George enters it trembling with barely controlled fear and excitement. So then we can go in here. A dim light in the hidden closet comes on. In the faint light, you can see George motioning with his right hand. All at once, the shelf swings shut. So now we can look at the bookshelves. Shelves contain many books and manuscripts covering a wide range of subjects. They are meticulously arranged. One book is out of place, however, leaving a gap in one row. On closer inspection, a small black button can be seen at the back of this gap. Like, I think we should be able to see that gap at this point, even if we, missed him coming in. Hello, Phalanx. Good to see you. Mostly just going to be chilling and lurking. What's happening in the game at the moment? So if you didn't catch last week, we got murdered by the murderer. And I'm trying to set up a scenario in which we can hopefully encounter the murderer trying to commit another murder and not get killed ourselves. And my plan for that involves coming through the hidden passageway we've just learned about here and trying to catch the killer by surprise. I don't know if it's going to be successful. It's been very tricky to set up the timing of everything involved in this. So we shall see. But thanks for hanging out and lurking. Welcome back, Res Mason. Do you know they sell chickens who are jerks? I got 12-ounce jerk chicken for $3.47. Nice, congrats. Hello, Dronon. Good to see you. Things are good. I hope you're doing well also. We're trying to be a murderer hunter, indeed. Okay, I'm gonna save again here. 61 library. Now we are going to press the button. The leftmost shelf quietly swings out against the balcony window. As the bookshelf swings open, you see George carefully dialing a combination into a large wall safe. He turns in panic and, with an exclamation, knocks you down and bolts out of the library. Okay. So I think that's all we need to do right now. Now we're going to go downstairs to the... the living room and try to set up the sequence of events with Dunbar. Hopefully her and Baxter are both still there. Okay, great. So I assume we got the lab report. Okay, let's read that first. So this lab report confirms that there has been a murder, and it was accomplished by sneaking low blood pressure medication into Marshall's tea, which caused a fatal interaction with the medication he was taking intentionally. So we're going to show this lab report to Dunbar, who is the one that was taking the low blood pressure medication. And she's very surprised by this and concerned about the fact that it was her medication involved. We're going to show the lab report to Baxter, who points a finger at George. Show it to George as well. I think he's in here. Oh, George isn't here. Never mind. Mrs. Robner. Okay, we'll show it to her. Right now, we're just kind of waiting until Dunbar starts to put things together and get a little concerned. Leslie. And she is very upset to learn that her husband was murdered. Okay, now we'll just wait. Mrs. Robner heads off to the east. We'll keep waiting. Okay, Miss Dunbar glances at Baxter and then at you. We'll stop waiting. Let's save again. So now we can get the Dunbar sequence of events here. Hello, Modulatia. Has there been much progress tonight? Not really, no. I'm just kind of trying to set up an idea that I'm hoping will give me some progress. We're getting close. It's been very tricky to get the timing right. I'm trying to set up an opportunity to use the secret passage to catch the killer in the act of attempting to commit another murder. So we'll see if that's successful. Hopefully soonish. I'm optimistic currently. I think we're doing good here. I imagine George's exclamation is dagnabbit. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so now we're gonna leave the room and look back into the room. Mr. Baxter is in one corner talking to Miss Dunbar. He notices you and motions Dunbar to stop talking. So we can confirm that the two of them are trying to have a private conversation about something. And this seems to have been spurred on by us showing the lab report to Miss Dunbar. And they also have, seen that I'm keeping an eye on them. So I think that is possibly important as well. But let's wait. Actually, let's head south. Let's take the paper. Let's read the second section of the paper. In your study of the second section, a small item in the financial section catches your eye. A merger between Robner Corp and Omnidyne is set to be concluded shortly. There is a picture of Mr. Baxter with Omnidyne President Starkwell, both smiling broadly. Baxter is quoted as saying that the deal will enable the financially ailing Robner Corp to continue to produce the highest quality products. The article points out that Marshall Robner, who founded Robner Corp but is no longer its major stockholder, has been found dead yesterday morning, an apparent suicide victim. Baxter is quoted as saying that Robner was in full agreement with the terms of the merger. We know that the last statement here is false. Robner was definitely not in full agreement. He definitely only wanted to do that as an absolute last resort and seemed to be doing his best to do anything he could to avoid it. Then the most interesting bit in here is the statement that Marshall Robner is, quote, no longer the Robner Corp's major stockholder. That confirms that he used to be, and I think that the reason he no longer is because his wealth was divided between his wife and his son. So, if his wealth included a majority ownership in stock, then half of that stock would go to Leslie and half to George. And presumably that would make Baxter's stock the majority. And I think this was part of Baxter's plan. Hello, Ms. Roy. Good to see you. They're in cahoots? I mean, it could be. I think Dunbar is innocent. That's my theory. Do we get the will at last? No, absolutely not. I really don't know there. In this current timeline, the will is, I believe, still in the safe, and we know how to get to the safe, but we don't have a combination. My best guess about how to get to the will is that we need to set up this scenario and then somehow learn the combination of the safe. But I don't know. Because it seems like if we allow George to get the will out of the safe, then he will just destroy it. It doesn't seem like there's any way to stop that from happening. He won't allow us to search him. I guess maybe the other possibility is that if we learn more before he goes to get the will, then I don't know. Maybe we can... It seems like it would take an awful lot to stop him from destroying that will, like, because it puts him in an incredibly bad situation. Derek Einbrett says it would be terribly ironic if Robner's new will actually has all the shares to George, but George didn't bother to read it before destroying it. That would be very funny. Okay, so where's Dunbar? She should come out pretty soon, I think. Yes. Stop waiting. Look. Okay. Miss Dunbar spots you and stops. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a cigarette. As she does so, what appears to be a ticket stub falls out of her pocket. Let's take that stub. Look at the stub. Ask Dunbar about stub. She admits that she did in fact go to the orchestra with Baxter, and this is something they do occasionally. And they've been seeing each other socially, whatever that means. Like, this, she says, I didn't think that the others should know we were seeing each other socially. Our ... Nobody knows about it, you know? To me, that, like, the hesitation there and, like, whatever she was about to say, like, it seems like she doesn't want to admit that they're in a relationship. Like, I can't, if they were really just, you know, casual friends that went to the orchestra occasionally, like, why would they care if anyone else knew about that? Okay, so let's save again. 63 Dunbar. And we'll ask her about the symphony. Ask her about Baxter. This just gets her generic response about him. I think we just need to kind of hang around in this area. So the next sequence of events we need to happen is she goes into the garden shed and tries to talk to Baxter in private again. So yeah, we want to hang out here until he comes out. So let's just wait a little bit. Keep waiting. She heads off to the east. Okay. That's okay. She's just on the other side of the porch. Okay, Mr. Baxter is walking past you. So now let's head east. Miss Dunbar glances around as she walks. She takes a quick glance in your direction, but it doesn't seem like she noticed you. Mr. Baxter is walking past you. Miss Dunbar off to the east leaves your view to the southeast. Okay. Oh, so she's gone in the shed already, I think. Let's go northeast. Mr. Baxter is walking past you. Go east. George is here. Let's look in the window. Look in shed. One can't look inside the shed. Okay, now this is... this I don't like. In other scenarios, we need to say look in to the specific area we're trying to look into. In this scenario, we need to say look in window. And in the other scenarios, typing look in window just gets us this very generic response. Just a little bit goofy. You can vaguely make out the inside of the shed through the grime. You can vaguely see someone inside the shed. Okay, so that's great. I love that, like, we can get the information that there's a single person in there right now. Mr. Baxter is to the northwest, heading towards the north. Oh. Huh. Really? Where's he going? Let's wait. Oh, okay, now he's coming back this way. We'll keep waiting. Baxter draws a deep breath and looks about contentedly. Huh. Okay. Let's keep waiting. Baxter is off to the northwest. Why isn't he going in the shed? Crap. Don't stop being so content, Baxter. Look in window. She's still in there. Why? Oh, do I need to ask him about the ticket stub? That could be it. Where is he? Is he to the northwest still? Mr. Baxter's here. Okay. Ask Baxter about stub. Ah, that must be Miss Dunbar's ticket stub. I should have told you earlier. Miss Dunbar was with me at the concert on the night that Marshall killed himself. She became ill at intermission and hired a car to take her back home. You see, Inspector, I know that Miss Dunbar appreciates classical music, so I occasionally ask her along to my subscription series. I really should have told the other detective, but I didn't think it mattered. Baxter draws a deep breath and looks about contentedly. Hello, Colin Air. Hello, Verdantry. Hope you're both doing well. Unseeker Crush says, I imagine she's phrasing it like that because we didn't have the term situationship in 1982. Yeah. Like, I think, you know, she doesn't want to admit to me that they're in a relationship either. They were roommates. So it makes sense. Does an unknown command burn time? I haven't noticed that. I don't remember how other Infocom games handled that. Biostat says she left early too. So I'm pretty sure that the statement that Baxter is giving us right now is a lie. According to Dunbar, who I'm much more inclined to believe, they stayed through the whole symphony and left together. Based on the testimony that is in the manual for the game, we have a bunch of written testimony that was taken by another detective, and the story that Dunbar gives us seems to be true. She just omits the detail that she was out with Baxter. She just says a friend. Whereas the story Baxter gives us says that he was, quote, quite alone at the symphony. Which you could maybe argue if this story is true, then, you know, after she leaves, he's quite alone. But I don't really buy it. I think like his side of things seems a lot sketchier than hers does. According to her, he even drove her home, right? Yes. So there's a very clear conflict of stories here. Like she says specifically that they came back here together. He says very clearly that she hired a car to take her home. And I think also the timing of things, like if she left early, then she would have gotten back here. Well, she would have gotten back here earlier than she said she did. So I guess like if she's lying about when she got back. But I would think like, you know, there were other people at the house. So I would think if there was something super off about her timing, we would have put that together. I'm curious about this, so let's look. I'm just going to kind of skim through here and see if I'm looking for any mention of who's at the house and when, the night of the murder. So we have an interview with Miss Dunbar. Says, do you believe anyone might have a reason to kill Mr. Robner? No, I can't imagine. Oh, Miss Dunbar, were you at home all night? Last night, I mean. She says, well, no, actually. I was out with a friend last night, and we didn't get back until 10:30 or thereabouts. And then Mr. Baxter says, last night was my concert night at the Hartford Symphony. I go there quite regularly. After the concert, at about 10 o'clock, I went home. I received a call from Miss Dunbar the morning telling me of the tragedy, and I arrived here just a few minutes ago. Were you at the concert alone? Quite alone, he says. Miss Rourke. Oh, okay. Rourke says, I remember by about 10:30 or so. You mean 10:30 p.m.? Yes, by 10:30, when I went up to my room to do some reading, everyone was upstairs excepting Miss Dunbar, who had just returned home. She went upstairs at about 11, bring Mr. Robner his tea. He almost always takes his tea at 11. I remember saying goodnight to her on her way up, and that's the last I heard until this morning, with all the shouting and banging going on upstairs. No, that isn't right. George was downstairs also for a while, only about 10 minutes or so. Could someone have gone upstairs during the night? I don't rightly think so, at least not before 3 or 4. You see, I like to do some reading late at night, and I was reading this really exciting mystery story, and Lord, I was up until nearly 4 o'clock before I finished. And who do you think the murderer was? Really, Miss Rourke, let's stick to the matter at hand. Okay, so we get confirmation from Mrs. Rourke that that Dunbar, just trying to find the exact spot here. Miss Dunbar, who had just returned home at around 10:30. So that's confirmation that the time she gives is accurate. So like that makes it very clear that Baxter is lying here, I think. So, if he lied in his initial testimony, I'm much less inclined to believe his revised explanation. Whereas, at least what Dunbar tells us after we ask about the ticket stub, like, it fits with everything she told us previously. She just didn't want to admit to this relationship. It's still not good. She should have admitted that sooner. And especially now that we've learned her medication was involved in a murder, like it doesn't seem great for her. But regardless, I'm somewhat more inclined to believe her. Okay, so I'm hoping now that we've shown Baxter this stub, he will go into the shed, like he'll look for Dunbar so they can have a conversation. He's still just looking about contentedly. Let's head southeast and look in the window. Okay, there's still someone in the shed. Okay, he's coming by now. Okay, Mr. Baxter is walking past you. Let's look in again. You can vaguely see someone inside the shed. We're just going to keep looking in. Baxter stares out over the lake. Oh, man. Baxter, come on. Look at Baxter. Is he here? Okay, he is here. We'll continue waiting. George heads off to the west. Baxter's still looking over the lake, being super content. Oh no. Oh gosh. Dunbar, if Dunbar comes out of the shed, we should see her where we are. Let's wait 60. Yeah, I think either I'm missing something. Ask Baxter about Symphony. A marvelous concert. There were works by Beethoven, Sibelius, and Ravel. I never would have guessed you were interested in serious music, Inspector. Baxter draws a deep breath and looks about contentedly. Okay. I don't think we have ever asked him about the symphony. Baxter's in a fugue state. The Hatter's having a hard time finding the shed. That could be. I'm wondering if maybe we need to question him more. Ask him about... We showed him the lab report, right? Ask Baxter about low blow. Can't help you there. Ask him about stub. Just repeats that. Ask him about Dunbar. It's just his normal response. Accuse Baxter of murder. Mr. Baxter shrugs off your suggestion and stares out over the lake. Heck. I guess it's possible. Let's wait a little bit more. Like, it's possible it's just not time for that event to happen or something. I don't really remember at what point it happened before. Wait, what? Oh, no. Huh. This is a little weird. So... It says, Baxter draws a deep breath and looks about contentedly. Mr. Baxter heads off to the southeast. Oh, I said yes. I said yes because I saw the word contentedly. I should have said no. So he went in there, and I just completely missed it. Okay. But that's okay. We can go back to our save. So around 2:15 is when that happens. Okay, so Orchard Path, we're going to go southeast. And we're going to wait about 45 minutes. Baxter's walking past you. Just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Look in window. Okay, just one person in there. We're going to continue waiting 30 minutes. Staring out of the lake. Content. George heads off to the west. Baxter's still here. Baxter's still here. Just deep breath. Okay. Still before 2. Okay. Okay, we're going to do another save here. Oops. Well, I added too many R's, but it's okay because the file name's not long enough for the second R. Okay, so now we can wait just like 10 minutes. We'll make sure we don't miss him leaving. 2:17, okay. Huh, were those additional... Oh, what if I do actually need to accuse him of murder? What if that was part of it? Huh. Accuse Baxter of murder. Shrugs off your suggestion. Wait 15. Like, it's also possible all those additional questions I asked him were part of it. Look in window. There's also definitely some randomness with timing of things. So she's still in the shed. God. McNabb comes into view. Baxter stares out over the lake. Okay, let's ask Baxter about Symphony. Ask Baxter about Dunbar. Ask him about Stubb. I think those were all the questions we asked him. Okay, heads off to the southeast. So, yeah, I do think it seems like we need to question him a certain amount before he'll do this. Or either that or there's just a huge variance in the timing of things. So let's look in the window. You can vaguely make out the inside of the shed through the grime. You can vaguely see two people inside the shed. Now we're going to go in the shed southeast. You seem to have walked in on some sort of get-together, although from the look on Miss Dunbar's face, you are not the guest of honor. She is aghast, and she continually looks back and forth between Mr. Baxter and yourself. And then they both leave. Okay, so that's a different... We've gotten two different scenes that we walk in on here. This is the first one we got. There was another situation where I think we must have come in a little bit later, where they were actually in the middle of a conversation, and we kind of got a bit more information that time. Let's see if we can get that other one. So I'm going to ask Baxter about the symphony. Ask him about Stubb. Ask him about Dunbar. Accuse him of murder. Okay, and now we'll wait 30 minutes. Oh, Mr. Baxter starts to move about distractedly. Okay. So definitely our questioning and or accusations have had an effect on him here. I'm going to keep waiting. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. So let's save yet another Baxter save. Look in a window. And this time I'm going to wait. And now I'm going to go southeast. As you enter the shed, Mr. Baxter and Miss Dunbar, who were in the midst of a quiet but heated argument, stop at once. Miss Dunbar is quite upset and clutches Mr. Baxter. Baxter, who has retained his composure throughout, attempts to comfort Dunbar. She pushes him away and runs out of the shed. Mr. Baxter heads off to the north. Okay. What happens when you show him the news article or ask him about the merger? I know I've tried that. I can't remember exactly what his response was. Oh, I remember him saying like he was surprised that I was interested in business or something like that. He's always like it's very hard to get any information out of him, even about less interesting things. He's definitely very good at like controlling his reactions. That is a good point, though. I wonder if asking him about the company or like, you know, making it clear to the game and or Mr. Baxter that we are aware of like a potential motive for him to do this murder might be beneficial. Okay. So Dunbar is going to run inside the house and go up to her room. Baxter is heading off to the north. He's going to go hang out in the orchard. Let's save again. It's murder time. So we're going to follow Baxter. I think. Mr. Baxter heads off to the northwest. There's a wooden ladder here. Mr. Baxter heads off to the north. So I was thinking I would just go in through the balcony, but maybe that's a bad idea actually. Maybe that will alert him to our plan. So we'll go in through the house. Mr. Baxter heads off to the north. Okay, so he goes to we're by the lake. Whoops. The north lawn. Ask Baxter about argument. The word argument is in your vocabulary. Ask him about shed. Can't see any shed here. Ask him about Dunbar. Mr. Baxter can't hear you. Okay. Interesting. Oh, is he not actually here anymore? No, he is. That's wild. Okay. We ran into this situation with Dunbar at one point as well. All right, let's go inside. We'll find Dunbar, and then we'll do our best to execute our plan here. South, north, 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 east, up, west, south. Okay, Miss Dunbar is lying on her bed. Let's do another save. Dunbar. Okay, so I believe at this point in the game, once you've come up to see Dunbar, as soon as you go downstairs, she will get murdered. If we go into the master bedroom at this point, we will get shot and killed. So my hope is if I, instead of going directly into the master bedroom, go down to the library. Let me use my map here to illustrate. So this is Dunbar's room here. And this is the master bedroom. This is the library where the initial murder happened. And this is our secret closet here, which has a hidden passageway on either side. These are the balconies out back, which you can use a ladder to climb up from and get into the house that way. So on the night of the murder, we believe the killer came up through the library balcony and switched the teacups to erase his evidence of having used low blow in the tea. And we believe that now Baxter presumably is going to come up from the master bedroom balcony, come through here, go across the hall to Dunbar's room, stage a suicide, and then leave the same way. So if I go through here, like, he's already coming in order to execute this plan, and he'll see me and, you know, he'll have no choice but shoot me. Otherwise, you know, he's caught in the act. So I'm hoping that if we instead go down here and come through the secret passageway, we can ideally like come up behind him and stop him or catch him off guard or something. We'll see. Please let this work so I can go to bed. I'm so sorry. Okay, so Dunbar's bedroom. We're going to go north into the hallway, and then we're going to go all the way down the hall. Shit. You hear a pistol shot close by. All right. Well, we didn't stop the murder, but let's see if we can still catch him. We're going to go east. We're going to press the which button? Blue button. The wall to the east swings open, revealing the master bedroom on the other side. There's nothing here. North. Balcony doors closed. Open window. Yeah, I think we just completely missed it. Completely missed it. Damn. Okay, the jump is inadvisable. Okay, so like he's left and moved the ladder already. You hear footsteps on the staircase. George steps onto the stairs. Dunbar's bedroom. Sprawled on the floor is the body of Miss Dunbar. Lying next to the body, near a pool of blood, is a note. Lying beside the body is a smoking gun. Take note, read it. The note is written in thin blue ink in a very unsteady hand and is smeared with blood from your touch. It says, I killed Mr. Robner. Please forgive me. Mr. Baxter steps into the room. Baxter looks at the body of Miss Dunbar lying on the floor and falls to his knees. He starts to sob. I knew she would do this, he says, sobbing, but I couldn't stop her. She killed Marshall. She just told me a few minutes ago. She said that he was going to fire her just like that after all these years. She was so hysterical, I couldn't understand everything she said. Something about having stolen some money. I don't know. With that, he breaks down again. So, like, first of all, like, he says, I knew she would do this, but I couldn't stop her. Like, he just lets her walk off in a completely opposite direction to where he's going. So, it's hardly believable. And the story just doesn't really add up. Just rewind. I mean, we're definitely going to rewind. I can't think of what else we could do. I can't think of what else we could do. I am reasonably confident that once we leave Dunbar's room after seeing her there, that is what kind of triggers the steps that lead up to the murder. So I think if we go in the master bedroom after going in her room, like, we're always going to get shot and killed. I think if we avoid going in her room, like, the murder won't happen. And obviously we don't have enough time to get down the hall to come around this way. It is possible that this murder is not preventable. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do next. I'm not sure what to do next in any scenario. I'm pretty sure we had the gun and the note analyzed, and neither of those turned up anything. When you leave your room and just hang out in the hallway, does the murder not happen? I mean, we can find out. No, not restart, restore. Okay, so we're in her bedroom. Let's go north and then simply wait. Oops, wait. Okay, yeah, so it looks like if we wait in the hallway, nothing will happen. Open master bedroom door. It's already open. Go north. As you walk through the door, there's an explosion from in front of you. The impact of the bullet knocks you to the ground, stunned. You struggle trying to look up. Another explosion. You fall back into a long silence. End of game. So 68 Dunbar. Okay. I just want to make sure if we go immediately in there, we will get immediately killed. So there's not any time to spare here. I feel like, well, I don't know. I can't remember for sure, but I feel like in other endings, we don't get immediately booted out of the game. I feel like it asks us if we want to restart, at least sometimes. Restore. So let's see. Let's try this. I am going to go down the hallway. What happens if I wait here? Yeah. The murder doesn't happen until it's no longer possible for me to, like, see a line of sight to who does it. But if I go north, we hear the pistol shot. And now if I go north onto the balcony, I don't know if the game is going to let me do this, but, like, I should be able to see, like, onto the other balcony. Look at... I don't even know how to type this. Look at... What is the bedroom balcony? Is that what the room is called? You aren't in that room. Yeah, but we can see it. It's right next to here. You can't seem to find that room. Yeah. It's a bummer. Midnight. Oh, it always takes it this reminds me so much of Maupiti Island. Like, it always takes so long to, like, set up an idea I have, and then frequently it just results in nothing. Let's restore. North. Oh, wait. What if I... Oh, right. For a second, I was like, what if I hid in her bathroom? But her bathroom is not connected directly to the room. Hide under bed. Hide. There's no good hiding place here. Conveniently. Ask Dunbar about Baxter. Yeah, she won't tell us anything new. Ask her about... Game doesn't know argument. Murder. Miss Dunbar turns towards you, looking quite confused. Murder? But... How do you know it was murder? I'm sure she stops short, looking frightened. Interesting. That's a fascinating response. I mean, the lab report makes it clear it was murder, right? But the way she phrases this... I'm really curious now, like... how she responds to this question at other points in the game. Let's see what happens when I accuse Dunbar of murder. No, I couldn't do it. I've worked for Mr. Robner for years. What possible motive could I have? With that, Miss Dunbar begins to cry and move about the room quite nervously. Miss Dunbar shrugs off your suggestion. Well, those statements don't go together at all. Hello, Snowy. Good to see you. I'm glad you're enjoying the relaxing music. I hope you're doing well. Can you use fight instead of argument? I'll try that. Ask Dunbar. Whoop. Ask Dunbar about fight. The word fight can't be used in that sense. Can we fight Dunbar? What do you want to fight Dunbar with? That's wild. This game obeys the first rule of Fight Club. Sacco time. What else could we ask her? What happens? Can I accuse Baxter of murder to Dunbar? Okay. Like, I'm trying, like, I would love to tell Miss Dunbar that I believe Mr. Baxter is the murderer. Like, I would love to have a conversation about that, but, like, the game just won't let me. And I can't think of any other way to, like, present that line of thought. Okay, this time I'm gonna try going this direction. Sorry, I'm just kind of lost in thought, thinking of, like, is there some other way we can witness this event happening? Like I said, I think it always waits until we come into Dunbar's room. I don't think it will happen unless we come in here. But it's possible, like, there's something else we could do to trigger this event to happen. And maybe, like, we could, you know, then see the killer from some other way. Although I guess, like, I am at this point a little bit more inclined to think that, like, a physical encounter with the murderer is not what's going to happen here. I assume as soon as I go any direction from here, we'll hear a gunshot. Let's try north. Yep. As you enter the hallway, you see Baxter running from Dunbar's room across the hall to the master bedroom. I didn't think that would work. Okay. Shit. I'm trying to think what's the best thing to do here. I think we want to go downstairs and try to catch him. Because, like, if I follow him through the master bedroom, he's just going to remove the ladder and then I'm trapped. So let's go down. Everybody else is going up. We're going to go west, south, south. Mr. Baxter heads off to the north. We're at the front path. Oh, did he just go inside? Okay. I wonder if it would have been better to follow him, because then we could have seen what he was doing. But let's follow him inside. Okay, Mr. Baxter is here. Ask Baxter. Accuse Baxter of murder. Mr. Baxter shrugs off your suggestion. Can I just... Do you think I could just arrest him at this point? Ask Baxter about Dunbar. Ask him about smoking gun. Can't help you there. Ask him about murder. Murder? My dear Inspector, I believe you're reading too many bad detective stories. It's clear that he committed suicide. A lot of assumptions happening here. You're a cop, you've arrested people with less evidence. Yeah, but generally gotten a bad ending as a result. Like, I'm positive we could arrest him. I'm just wondering if there's any chance we could get a good ending. I feel like we still don't really have enough here. Like... We have enough that this looks incredibly suspicious, but we still don't really have a lot to tie him to Marshall's murder in particular. I assume I can't search him. Yeah, pushes you away abruptly. I don't know what game you're playing, Inspector, and frankly, I'm not interested. You have been invited here to investigate, not molest innocent persons. Like, I assume that he has the pen on him that he used to write Dunbar's suicide note. Like, I feel like that's probably a thing we'll find at some point. I guess it's possible he could have ditched it somewhere. Man. What's my score? You're an amateur inspector at best. We're never gonna get anywhere from there. We'll always be an amateur inspector. Derek Ironbutt, what did you mean specifically by the ladder? Also, I didn't save because like we know how to replay that sequence at this point. Let's arrest him and see what happens. And then I'll take a break. I need a break. Sergeant Duffy enters the room solemnly. He places a pair of handcuffs on Mr. Baxter, who is stiff and unspeaking. Let's not have any trouble now, Duffy remarks to Baxter. With that, he leads him from your view and into a police car waiting near the south lawn. Text of a letter from Police Commissioner Klutz dated August 10th. Dear Inspector, congratulations on your work in the Robner case. As I'm sure you are aware, Mr. Baxter was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Miss Dunbar. Unfortunately, Baxter remained tight-lipped throughout the proceedings, and except for the revelation that Baxter and Dunbar were lovers, there was no motive established for her murder. Oh, the jury acquitted Mr. Baxter in the murder of Mr. Robner, as a motive had not been established. I am indeed sorry that a proper conclusion to the case could not have been made. That's great. I love that we got an appropriate ending that like fits with everything we learned. That's really good. The case is ended. Would you like to start your investigation over from scratch? Well, we'll say yes, just so we can remain in the game. Hello, Hinton. Ask him about ladder. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Although I'm pretty sure the game will respond. You don't see that here. Okay, so I'm going to take a break and then I'll come back and we'll see what else we can figure out. I'll see y'all in a few. Hello. Hinton, I'm glad you've been. I was about to say I'm glad you've been enjoying Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, but I guess you maybe didn't say if you've been enjoying it or not. I hope you have been enjoying it. Closest thing to a win so far. Yeah. That felt like progress at least, but let's see if we can make more progress, because it was not a lot of progress. So my current hunch is that we can't save Dunbar. Like, I kind of suspect that this death is unavoidable. Like, catching him in this murder is like the first time we've gotten any evidence to tie him to a crime, and my hunch is that like that's the beginning of what we need to tie him to Marshall Robner's murder. So this time I'm gonna go to the top of the stairs. I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna go south immediately after the pistol shot. We see Baxter running from Dunbar's room across the hall to the master bedroom. I'm gonna go west. Everybody's running up the stairs. I'm gonna go north. Oh, this is the first time we've been in here. Okay, so we're not seeing anything in here. Balcony door is closed. Open door. Open the balcony door. North. Yeah, we don't see anything. Okay. Let's try that again just to be sure. So north, west, north, south, west, north, open, balcony, door, north. Look at orchard. You aren't in that room. Look down. Nothing's interesting about the floor. Okay. But like based on the ending we got, like it's clear that we not only saw Baxter run out of the room, but that this is enough to tie him to get him found guilty of Dunbar's murder. So that seems important. Let's go into Dunbar's room and then wait for Baxter to come in and see if anything different happens. Examine body. The corpse is most gruesome. Miss Dunbar was apparently shot in the head at close range, leaving a most distasteful mess. Search body. Mr. Baxter steps into the room. Baxter looks at the body of Miss Dunbar lying on the floor and falls to his knees. He starts to sob. I knew she would do this, he says, sobbing, but I couldn't stop her. She killed Marshall. She just told me a few minutes ago. She said she was going to fire her, that he was going to fire her just like that after all these years. She was so hysterical I couldn't understand everything she said. Something about having stolen some money. I don't know. With that, he breaks down again. Could you get a hold of that book he has? You mean the Deadline book? We've gotten a hold of it, but we can't seem to do anything with it. So now what I'm wondering is there any way we can, call him out on this? Like, we saw him in the hallway, so, like, how can we ask him about that? We tried accusing him of murder, and he just shrugged it off. Accuse. Ask. Baxter. Let me look at my list of commands. Accuse blank of blank. Analyze blank for blank. Arrest blank. Ask blank about blank. Examine blank. Fingerprint. Search blank for blank. What if I search Baxter for pen? There's no pen to be seen here. Interesting. Search near blank. Show blank to blank. Show me blank. What's wrong? Where is blank? Baxter, where is pen? It doesn't seem to be around here. Take smoking gun. Excuse me. Ask Baxter. I really should know better than to eat a granola bar during a stream break. It always makes me cough a little bit. Ask Baxter about gun. I can't help you there. Show gun to Baxter. I can't understand why you're showing this to me. Take note. Read note. The suicide note. Read suicide note. Note is written in thin blue ink in a very unsteady hand and is smeared with blood from your touch. It says, I killed Mr. Robner. Please forgive me. Ask Baxter about suicide note. Can't help you there. Hinton, I'm sorry about your robot vacuum situation. Does anyone have recommendations for robot vacuums? Been talking about getting a robot vacuum for our basement, which we have all this extra space, which means we have all this extra space that needs to be vacuumed on a regular basis. Looking at the commands available in the source code, one of these is shocking. Definitely not a verb you would ever need to win this game. Oh, wow. Poor Booba. Booba is Hinton's Roomba, by the way, for anyone wondering. Get a vacuum with LiDAR? Okay. Booba is a good little robot, but I would not recommend them to anyone. Okay. It's fair. Ask Baxter about... I asked about pen already, right? I can't help you there. Mr. Baxter heads off to the north. Get back here. Come back here. Okay, so now he's just hanging out in the orchard. I remember him doing this before. I was thinking about him being here in this vicinity before he murdered Dunbar. But I forgot that he comes here after, which is odd. Search near Baxter. Search near window. What if I... Where's the ladder? Okay. Take ladder. Oh no, the smoking gun slips from your arms while you're taking the wooden ladder and both tumble to the ground. The smoking gun is now on the ground. Okay. Glad we got a comedy situation going here again. Let's drop the low blow. I don't think that's actually necessary to carry around all the time. Take the ladder and gun. Okay. Put ladder against house. Okay. The ladder, firmly planted in the soil of the orchard, is now leaning against the balcony above. So my thought here is like, I want to search the area that would be around the ladder when Baxter was going up and down it just now. So my thought is we put the ladder in place and then we can search near the ladder. I don't know if this is ever anything that would be useful. Okay. Don't find anything interesting. Obviously, there's multiple places we could put a ladder to have it reach a balcony. Derek Ironbutt says, we got a shark. It's good, but I wish it had lidar. I see. Whichever one we get, we are definitely putting googly eyes on it. Yes, that sounds great. Snowy says, a friend of mine's robot vacuum cleaner recently managed to get stuck inside her bathroom, and she said it sent her a text message saying it was stuck. I thought that was really cute. That is adorable. And it says, Rooster learned that something on top of the DJ Roomba makes him start going, but hasn't quite mastered it. That's great. For some reason, he has not made the same connection about near identical looking Booba. Crucially, I think DJ Roomba has googly eyes and Booba does not. I see. Good night, Res Mason. I hope you don't explode. Have a great stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. What can we do here? Ask Baxter about ladder. Ask him about murder. Ask him about Dunbar. Ask him. I really wish, like, people's responses should change more. Obviously, some of them do, but like, his response to Dunbar, to asking about Dunbar, should change now that she's dead, I think. Ask him about... I can't think of anything we haven't already tried. Oh, we can ask him about the... second section of the newspaper. Mr. Baxter is listening. Oh, ask Baxter about second section. Mr. Word, can't help you there. Oh, really? Show paper to Baxter. Show Daily Herald to Baxter. Really? I thought there was some way we could get a response. Show second section to Baxter. Okay. Silver says the Eufy L50 or L60. L60 is slightly stronger, but $50 more. Both deal with animal hair fine. Both have mapping and lidar. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion, Silver. Eufy is a brand owned by... Who the hell owns Eufy? And I know it's a company, I think, that I own other products from. Anchor. Thank you. Both have an auto emptying station you can buy or get a bundle for $100 more on sale. That would be kind of handy. Wonder if anyone has ever gotten confused playing this Lorelei game. Probably not, Hinton. Ask Baxter about company. Ask him about Omnidyne. Ah, okay, that's how we got this response. I didn't realize you had an interest in finance. Before Marshall died, we agreed that the only reasonable way to protect our interests was to be bought out by a larger company which could provide us with capital for expansion. I had been talking to people at Omnidyne, and we agreed in principle on the terms for such an agreement last week. I'm hopeful that we can close the deal quickly. Hello, Kamika. Welcome. First time watching live and binging you making the World Builder game. Nice. I hope you've been enjoying that. And I'm glad you could make it to a live stream. Ooh, Kyle and Era says, I actually found Lorelei to be one of the more straightforward puzzle games, unless you're trying to understand the story. Intriguing. I encourage you to watch the latest robot vacuum review video from the Hookup channel on YouTube. Okay, I will do that. Thank you. I'm going to do a poll. I'm a little disappointed by my lack of progress today, and we'll do a full 10-minute poll here. I'm a little bit tempted to look up a hint. If I had like any ideas at all about where to go next, I wouldn't consider it, but I feel kind of stumped. I don't think anything different is happening here. Like, it doesn't seem like having seen Baxter come out of Dunbar's room is having any effects. Ask Baxter about ladder. Can't help you there. Also, if anyone who has not played this game has any ideas for things to try, feel free to give a suggestion right now. Always prefer folks ask before offering ideas or suggestions, but at the moment, I will take them. It's 3:30 p.m. in the game. There's a lot of time left. Like, the fact that we can get to this point with a lot of time left in the day makes me think there's a fair bit more game to go. Hello, Sakanaka. I hope you're doing well. Let's wait a bit. See if Baxter... Okay, he does go north. Let's follow him. There's a bottle of low blow here. Baxter heads off to the east. Heads off to the west. Okay, he's just wandering around. East of the front door. Heads off to the west. South. Oh, he's left. Okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Like, if we don't do anything, he will leave, I think, around this time of day. But if we take certain actions, he'll kind of hang... Whoops. Sorry about all the beeps. If we take certain actions, he will hang around in the back lawn for the entire rest of the game. So it's interesting that at a certain point he'll kind of go back to just leaving again at the same time as well. So the fact that he's gone now seems not great. I'm a little bit like, I'm very much inclined to think that means we've done something wrong and cannot recover from it. Because I feel like we know he's the murderer, right? He definitely murders Dunbar. We know that. And we can't arrest him if he's not here. Actually, let's see what happens. South. Okay, he's gone already. Let's arrest Baxter. Yeah, he's not here. So we can't arrest him if he's not here. Okay, let's back up to 67 murder. What is going on in that save? Okay, this is in the shed. Actually, let's back up slightly more. So this is where... Look in window. Okay, there's two people in the shed. Again. Oh. Through the grimy window, you see Mr. Baxter and Miss Dunbar talking. Dunbar is doing most of the talking, barely restraining tears. Baxter is listening, nodding grimly, and occasionally saying a few words. Unfortunately, you can't make any of them out. Okay, let's go again. Okay, we get the same response. Mr. Baxter and Miss Dunbar are inside. Although you can't hear them, it's clear from their gestures that a serious argument is occurring. Dunbar appears very upset and breaks into tears. Baxter remains composed but tense and perhaps angry. You can't be sure. Mr. Baxter seems furious and about to strike Miss Dunbar, then calms himself. Miss Dunbar starts to cry and is embraced by Mr. Baxter. Huh. Mr. Baxter and Miss Dunbar inside all the... okay. So that's the same. And then they both leave. Okay. So... we've walked in... Like, there were, I think, 3 different descriptions of their interaction. We've walked in on the first 2. We haven't walked in on the last one. So let's do that and see what happens. Okay. So now we'll go southeast. As you enter the shed, Mr. Baxter and Miss Dunbar, who were in the midst of a quiet but heated argument, stop at once. Okay, this is actually the same. Miss Dunbar is quite upset and clutches Mr. Baxter. Baxter, who has retained his composure throughout, attempts to comfort Dunbar. She pushes him away and runs out of the shed. Mr. Baxter heads off to the north. Let me check on this poll here. Okay, still going. We have 3 yes and 1 no. Interesting. I think our last vote was unanimous yes. The tricky thing, like, I'm a little bit worried about accidentally learning too much information at this point. But I guess that's always a risk. Hoopla has a monthly borrow limit. Oh no. Oh no. And I hit mine already after only having a library card for a week. Bummer. Seems like a thing they should have at least told you about in advance. Okay, so right now what we're going to do is, instead of following Dunbar, we're going to follow Baxter. and see what happens. I'm assuming he will just not ever do anything if we're standing around the whole time. Okay. Ask Baxter about Dunbar. Ask him about Shed. Ask him about arguments. Ask him about fight. I've done all these. I'm just trying to like ask him about Marshall. Ask him about Omnidyne. Ask him about merger. Examine Baxter. Is an immaculately dressed middle-aged man with rugged good looks. Renewed the Retro Crush borrow before I knew what the limit was, so we're going to be watching a lot of Cat's Eye this weekend. Okay, great. Fantastic. I'm happy to watch more Cat's Eye. Okay, the poll has ended with 3 votes for yes and 1 vote for no. Okay. We'll head over to UHS hints. Let me go ahead and capture this. Might as well. Just need a moment to do that. Okay. UHS hints, very nice website. The quality of the hints can vary, but generally they're written in a form where you can get like progressive hints from less obvious to more obvious as you reveal additional hints. So I think the task list is the one we've looked at the most. Go to the scene of the crime, get the calendar, turn it, and read it. Yeah. So this is like the tasks you need to do to get through the game. Which like I'm a little bit nervous going through that because like at this point I feel like each one of those hints is giving me a lot of stuff. How can I prove a motive? Where's the scene of the crime? What should I look for at the scene of the death? How was Mr. Robner killed? How did the killer enter? Like, I think we know the answer to most of these. When was there ample time for the killing? Like, I think we know that. How can I prove a motive is something that we do not know yet. Who killed Mr. Robner? What objects do I need for a conviction is definitely something we don't know. How can I get different endings? We're not too concerned about that. We've certainly gotten a couple at this point. Let's see what this says. I don't want to go too far into this. Oh, there's only 2. First, you'll have to get into the secret passage, which you find when George tries to get the new will. You're being hit 1 of 2. Interesting. I don't want to reveal that second hint just yet. Let's see what objects I need for conviction. You need 3 things for a conviction: a motive, a method, and a time for the killing to take place. Okay. How was Mr. Robner killed? I guess let's look at that a little bit. Like, I think we know this very well. Someone gave him medicine, then when mixed with the medicine he was taking would provide a fatal result. We know that. we know all this. Okay. So yeah, this seems like everything we've done already. I'm mostly looking at this because, like, this is a good way to kind of potentially get a hint without spoiling as much. Okay. So we know how he was killed, so that leaves these other two questions. When was there ample time for the killing? Kimiko, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate your support very much. Thank you. And Silver, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. First of all, you better find some evidence first before trying to determine this. Interesting. Huh. I'm gonna look at least a couple hints here. If you've done this, you'll know that one person had a motive for killing Robner, Baxter, and another had medicine which killed him, Dunbar. Right. Like, I would say, like, there was ample time for killing when Baxter and Dunbar come back from the symphony, right? Like, there was an opportunity for, assuming Baxter came into the house, for him to put her medication into Marshall's tea. But I am a little bit curious if there's, like, more to that. Like, the fact that there's 13 different answers to this makes me feel like we've missed something there. So let's keep going. Analyze the fragment. Yeah, we've done that. Show the report to Dunbar and she'll get itchy. Accuse her, save first. She'll start to get nervous and should head outside for a smoke. Oh, interesting. So that's another way you can get her to go outside for a smoke, is to accuse her. Because of the seemingly random nature of this game, you may need to do other things first. If she doesn't go outside, wait. If she doesn't go within a couple hours, restore a game and try. Yeah, we don't have a problem with that. Back on track, follow Dunbar outside, get the ticket, show the ticket to both Dunbar and Baxter. You'll learn that they're seeing each other. Could this mean that they're accomplices? Sure does. Okay, so we have all that then. So that means that we're just missing the motive. And there's only 2 hints for that. I don't wanna get, like, the obvious answer to that. It's involving the secret passage, though. I feel like I must be so close. Thank you, Derek Ironbutt. I'm super, like, based on, I feel like I'm super close to getting this, to, like, finishing the game. And I don't want to just learn what I need to do to finish the game. That's not going to be satisfying. And I'm concerned that this isn't going to give me the, subtle hint that I'm after. This website rules. It feels like it's trying to scam me. Are you talking about Universal Hint System? So there's something related to the passageway that is important for establishing the motive. So I think there must be something in the safe. I feel like there's got to be something important in the safe. I can't help but think we need to get into the safe. Let's... I wonder if it's possible that George would be more cooperative after Dunbar gets murdered or something. It's like one of those dodgy sites with a bunch of fake links that sit on websites that exist when you mistype the URL. Oh, okay. Got it. I can see that. I don't think UHS hints will scam you. What would happen if I just took the ladder? What would happen if I just carried the ladder around with me? Take ladder. Taken. Don't want to go in the orchard. You got to be crazy carrying that ladder inside the house. Okay, fine. Drop the ladder. Very convenient game. Dunbar's lying on her bed. What if I went here? Okay, we're in the closet. We've heard the gunshot. As you enter the hallway, you see Baxter running from Dunbar's room across the hall to the master bedroom. Yeah, that didn't really put us in any better of a situation than before. I just thought I'd try it. Okay. George is walking past you. Robner, Rourke. Examine body. Take note. Read it. Take gun. Ask. George says something like, "My God," under his breath. George heads off to the north. Oh, where's George going? Shit. He's not in his room. Where did George go? Press blue button. Did you just go downstairs? Okay, he's pacing around the living room. Ask George about murder. My father killed himself, as everyone... Yeah. That's not the murder I'm talking about. Ask George about Dunbar. He's been here for about 10 years, I guess. What if this is like, this is another thought that feels like could easily result in a repeat of more or less the same as today's stream, like just going through a specific sequence of events that might cause things to play out differently. Like I'm wondering, what if we set up the sequence of events so that George doesn't go into the safe until after Dunbar is murdered? I don't know. Like, I don't know what that would accomplish. Like, it doesn't seem like... I can't figure out any way to... like... talk to George about Dunbar's murder in any way, let alone tell him that, like, I think Baxter is the murderer. Heck. Ask George about safe. You mean my father's safe? Yeah, if he brings important papers home, he puts them in there. Keeps most important stuff at the office at the bank. He really startled me in there. I thought I might be able to get it open. Dad always acted like it was a big secret, something out of a spy story. Anyway, it turns out I don't remember the combination. It was a long time ago. So, like, we know that's not true. Ask George about combination. Like, he says if he brings important papers home, he puts them in there. So it's possible there's something in there that would tell us something important about Baxter. Have we ever tried examining the safe for fingerprints at this point? I'm pretty sure I have, but... Ms. Rourke is here tidying up. Oh, right. Let's ask George about gun. Having a clue. Ask him about suicide note. Having a clue. Ask Leslie about gun. Don't know much about that. Ask her about suicide note. Okay. All right. Ask Rourke about gun. Don't know nothing about no smoking gun. So, fingerprint safe. No good fingerprints to be found. Fingerprint. Analyze safe. I don't think I can take that to the laboratory, says Duffy. Crack safe. Word crack isn't in your vocabulary. Let's ask other people about the safe. I think we've done that before, but ask Rourke about safe. Ask Leslie about safe. I don't know of a safe here in the house, although it's perfectly believable that Marshall has one hidden somewhere. It would appeal to his childish side, I think. Oops, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. I was trying to go outside. I think Baxter has probably left now. Yeah. I'm going back to the hints. I'm wondering if there's a different section of hints that could give me some direction here. Let's go back to what objects do I need for a conviction? Wait, is that the one? Oh, no. Different section. Task list is the one that I had previously used. So, like, there's 11 basic tasks to, like, finish the game. Like, I assume that's more or less what this is. I'm going to keep going and think about if I want to read more each time. I don't want to go all the way to the end of this list for sure. Wait until noon and attend the reading of the will in the living room. Okay, interesting. So this suggests that we don't want to show the calendar to George until after the will reading. Okay, immediately after, they suggest. When he opens the hidden room in the library, follow him and get the new will and the papers in the safe. What? Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Just follow him in? We just had to follow him in the whole time? Like, have I not tried that? How have I not... Maybe the issue is the way I've been following him? All right. We obviously need to back up. We need to back way, way up. Secret. Stub. Post will. Let's try 57 secret. Okay, we're on the balcony. So look in library. A dim light in the hidden closet comes on. At the faint light, you can see George motioning with his right hand. Okay. That's already too late. Like, if I understand the hint correctly, and just, you know, based on the things we have tried, like, I think we need to get in there before he closes it. I really, like, I don't understand how this plays out. Like, are we able to somehow, like, follow him in there without him seeing us? Because otherwise... Or is it a timing issue? Like, we need to go in there a little bit later after he's opened it, but before he has a chance to clear it out? But let's go... So, let's immediately go in here. Oops. Restore, and then go south. Okay. So, we're already too late. Okay, let's try experimenting here. So 1232, like, we know if we open the safe right now, or if we open the passageway right now, like, he won't have opened the safe yet, and he'll just, you know, come out, knock us down. We won't be able to get in the safe. But let's go ahead and push the button and confirm. Oh, look. Examine shelves. Okay. Press button. Okay, so that's the same sequence we got last time. It's 1234. So this time we will examine shelves. Let's go ahead and make a fresh save. And then we're going to wait 5 minutes. 1237. Just making notes here. I don't know if going by the time is going to turn out to be useful at all, but press button. Okay, so that's the same outcome. Let's wait 15. Oh, okay, so if we wait that long, then he comes out. So this is another outcome we've already seen. Suddenly the bookshelves swing out, forming an opening to a dark area behind. George starts to emerge, but stops suddenly as he notices you. With jackrabbit reflexes, he darts back inside. Before you can act, the shelves close again. Do you want to keep waiting? Let's say no, and then press the button. And then go east. So he's already gone. Presumably out the other passage. And the safe isn't open. So 15 minutes is too long? Like, based on what the hint said, like, I think this isn't what we want to do. I just want to give it a shot before I try to figure out the other approach. The hint made it sound like it was also, like, straightforward and obvious. Let's wait 10. Press button. So it's 12:42. The leftmost shelf quietly swings out against the balcony window. As the shelf swings open, George spins to face you. His expression, first seemingly wild with happiness, changes to one of panic and horror. He jumps around, trying to feebly conceal a piece of paper in his hands. He jumps toward you, then recoils in fear, finally sobbing. He crumples to the floor, clutching the paper beneath him. A large combination safe, embedded in a wall, is lying open. You enter the hidden closet. Hidden closet. This is a secret room situated between the library and the master bedroom. The room is bare and somewhat dusty, as if it were not often used. An unremarked switch plate surrounds two buttons, one blue and one red. A formidable safe is embedded in the south wall. The heavy safe door is wide open. The library can be seen through a door to the west. George is here. George is holding a new will. So it was timing. Culinary, thank you for the giant emote. Caught him red-handed. I can't believe... Like, it always frustrates me to get a hint, especially when it's like straightforward, here's the thing you need to do hint. But like, I feel like it would have taken me so long to figure this out. Like, I already tried this to some degree. Like, we were able to get like different results depending on, you know, how long we waited. I just didn't wait. Like, is a difference of just a few in-game minutes. In retrospect, like, I don't know why I didn't try more, because it makes sense, but it's kind of hard to know. Like, I think earlier in the game when we got to this point, like, it was kind of hard to know how much, like, subtlety there was in the timing of things, and it seemed like there was not this much subtlety to it. Like, it seemed like you generally had a pretty big window to do different stuff, to, you know, to witness certain things happening. Okay. George is holding the will, and the safe door is wide open. Take new will. Taken. Read new will. Oops. This is Mr. Robner's new will, disowning George and giving his entire estate to his wife. Look in safe. A stack of papers bound together is in the safe. Take stack of papers. Read stack of papers. Leafing through these papers, it becomes obvious that they incriminate Mr. Baxter in wrongdoings regarding the Focus scandal. They document funds which were embezzled by Baxter and tell how the scandal was hushed up. This evidence would be sufficient to convict Mr. Baxter in the Focus case. What is the Focus case? What? Am I, like, blanking on something? This doesn't sound like anything we've ever heard of. Focus case. Ask George about new will. You should know what it says. Ask him about safe. Haven't a clue. Ask him about closet. I wanna take crumpled papers. George is walking past you. Read crumpled papers. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. There are 3 wads of paper. One is a shopping list, and another is a list of current stock prices. The last is the start of a letter to the board of directors of the Robner Corp. Unfortunately, it does not contain enough information to allow even a guess about the intent of the letter. Take notepad and pencil. Rub pencil on notepad. Baxter. Time. Focus. Focus scandal. Is there... There's got, like... There's got to be some way to learn about the Focus scandal. Like, this is clearly talking about it in, like, the stack of papers. Description is written as though it's something we figured out already. So I think the game expects me to have figured out about the Focus scandal. Maybe I should have seen that the Focus was capitalized and asked, like, Baxter about it or anyone about it. Okay. Okay. It's time to start wrapping up. I'm not gonna wrap up yet. Like, I feel like I'm probably incredibly close to finishing this game. Man. Where is everybody? It's 1:13. Baxter's not in the living room? That's not what I meant. Rourke is here. Baxter outside? Take paper. Oh god, carrying too much. The notepad. Okay. I want the notepad for sure. Okay, I don't need the crumpled papers. Take the notepad, please. Okay. Where's Baxter? Northwest? West? Where's anybody except except McNabb and Rourke? They're the only people I don't care about right now. South Lawn. Ms. Robner. No, come back. Please come back. Please let me talk to you. East. Wait, she's going back up? Mrs. Robner, please. Oh, did I miss the gunshot happening? Okay. This is Miss Dunbar's room. It is furnished in the usual style with a few additions indicative of Miss Dunbar's taste. The bedroom door is open. Sprawled on the floor is the body of Miss Dunbar. Next to the body, near a pool of blood, is a note. Lying beside the body is a smoking gun. Mrs. Robner is here. Miss Robner, standing quietly by the body, starts sobbing and leaves the room. Please stand still. I need to ask anyone a question. Oh. Huh. Miss Rourke peeks in the door and looks sick. I'm leaving this house, she says, and pops out again. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Okay. Oops. That's not the way I meant to go. Okay. Ask Robner about focus. Oh my god. Oh, you mean the scandal? Focus Corporation was a subsidiary of Robner Corp some years ago. There was a big to-do about misuse of funds or some such thing, but Marshall kept it pretty quiet. He told me that the people responsible were forced out of the company, but that charges weren't pressed to avoid bad publicity. I didn't realize anyone remembered that. Me neither. Mrs. Rourke, off to the east, disappears from sight up the stairs. Oh, God. No one did remember it. Salt Ranger says, what will you torment yourself with next? I'm always impressed with your tenacity. Thank you. I think. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. I think I'm kind of deciding between two things. Man. Okay, where's Baxter? Baxter. Okay, ask Baxter about focus. There's a flicker of surprise on Baxter's face. I'm not sure what you mean. Focus Corporation has been a subsidiary of Robner Corp for some years. I failed to see its import. Why? Why did Marshall have this stack of papers in a safe? I wonder if... I wonder if he had been working on gathering all this evidence or something, and maybe, we know that Marshall and Baxter met at the office the day of the murder. So I wonder if Marshall was gathering all this evidence and confronted Baxter about it that day. And that's why Baxter had to take quick action. Okay, so let's show the stack of papers to Baxter. He reads slowly and leafs through the pages. I'm afraid I haven't been entirely candid with you. There was some trouble a few years ago with Focus Corp because of some, let us say, irresponsible dealings on my part. Marshall agreed to cover up my involvement to save the company any bad publicity. Okay. That could be a lie, but honestly, I buy it. I tentatively buy that. It's funny that you're asking this now in a room with a dead body and a smoking gun. Yeah, I know. That you're getting answers presumably written for not this exact situation to be happening concurrently. Yeah. So... So this, like, we have motive now. Like, I'm actually wondering if we could do this before Dunbar dies. I'm trying to find my note about the three things we need. Motive. The scandal. Method. The method is the lab. Once we have the lab report about the low blow, then we have the method established. And then opportunity, we need the stub, the ticket stub. I guess the tricky thing is like time's ticking pretty quickly once we get the stub. Excuse me. All right. Well, let's I'm going to accuse Baxter. Shrugs off your suggestion. I'm going to arrest him. I feel like this could get us a good ending. Like a conviction for Marshall's murder. Oh, right. We didn't see him murdering Dunbar in this playthrough. All right. Trusty Sergeant Duffy enters and places Mr. Baxter under arrest. They leave, Baxter remaining calm. Text of a letter from Police Commissioner Klutz dated August 13th. Dear Inspector, I heard today that the jury on the Robner case has voted to acquit Mr. Baxter of both murders at the Robner house. While it was clear that Baxter had committed numerous crimes in the Focus case, the jury was unconvinced of the relation between that and the murders. They felt that Miss Dunbar had committed the first murder, although I can't imagine any scenario in which that would be possible, and had committed suicide in desperation. These explanations leave much to be desired, but what's done is done. I can't help but feeling that there is more to this case than has been discovered. Thank you for your work. Okay. So that makes me think if we had seen him sneaking away from Dunbar's murder, then that might have been enough. Like, that makes it clear that the scenario the jury was convinced of is not true. So, oops, hidden closet, okay. Do I need the, it kind of sounds like the notepad isn't actually important. I wonder if, like, learning anything about focus is actually vital. There's Dunbar. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I think she's going to lie on her bed now. I do have the... Oh, shit. I don't have the... I didn't take anything. Okay, take will. Take stack of papers. Oh, look in safe. Take stack of papers. Okay, examine stack. Read new will. Okay, let's do another save. So now let's go east, south, east, east. So Dunbar's in her room. Okay. So the murder's gonna happen shortly after this. So I'm just gonna head east and then north, and there'll be a gunshot. No? What? Dunbar's lying on her bed. Huh. Interesting. Oh, right. We don't have the ticket stub, do we? Okay. Is there any way I can ask Dunbar about Symphony? Don't know what you're talking about. I don't go in for concerts much, you know. We're so close to wrapping this up, but I don't want to go too late tonight. I'm wondering if we should just finish up next week. Like the thing I'm trying to figure out right now is how do we do everything we need to do all in one playthrough? It's interesting that Dunbar is coming back in here. I guess if I go back to post will. Well, let's see. No, I feel pretty confident I need to do the stuff with George before we get the ticket stub from Dunbar. Maybe we can try to identify the critical actions and schedule them out. Yeah. Yeah, we're so close. We're so close. Okay, we'll wrap it up for tonight. We definitely got this next week, though. Like, we've got all the pieces now, I think. We need to do things pretty similarly to how we did it tonight, except we need to actually get the new will and the stack of papers, and then we need to go do the whole Dunbar thing that gets us the ticket stub and the admission that she went with Baxter to the symphony. Like, that is important for establishing the time, which we don't have in this playthrough. So the stack of papers gives us the motive. The low blow lab report gives us the method, but then we need that ticket stub to establish the time frame. Wonder if we can arrest Baxter before he kills Dunbar. Yeah, I'm really, really curious. I'm a little bit doubtful. I'm worried that we might need that evidence of him killing Dunbar to convince the jury that he did it. Because, like, that last ending we got, the jury bought the story that Dunbar did it and then committed suicide. So I guess, like, if that event doesn't happen, then we'll certainly get a different ending, but I'm worried we're not going to have enough. Well, I guess we'll find out next week. Certainly we'll have a conclusion next week. I'm very excited for that. Let's see. On Friday, I will be continuing Until Dawn with Unsecret Crush. Very excited to do that. And we'll get a conclusion on that as well. I think we're pretty close to the ending there. GoDaffy says Mr. Baxter cat has been declared innocent of wire fraud. Furthermore, the court reprimands Mr. Baxter's owner, unnamed, for not returning home and dispensing bonus meow mix to Mr. Baxter. Got away with it. So gosh, next week is going to be two new games. That's exciting. I'll have to figure that all out. I do have I most likely have plans there, but just got a couple things I need to decide between before I finalize it. But it'll definitely be something fun. I'm just kind of deciding which game I'm in the most mood for, which is always tricky. I am finding us someone who can raid here. Hello, Lexi Thymai. Welcome. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about? Can't think of anything. Just looking at who we can raid here. Always lots of good folks to choose from. Hello, Torsten Bronger. Let's see. I think we haven't raided Galar Dragon in a while, so let's do that. Galar Dragon is currently playing some Scrabble. I assume this is a DOS Scrabble game. It's a real old one. And I think also doing some cross-stitch afterward. Always a nice chill time over there, so I hope y'all will come along. Thank you all for hanging out. You are late, yes, apologies, but the stream is unfortunately ending. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope y'all have a good rest of your week. Please take care of yourselves, and we'll see you next time. Take care.